thank you to the Prime Minister. As I said, a good warm welcome to the Northern Nuclear Conference. This is the third such conference to be held here in Carlisle. And as I said last night at the dinner, it couldn't happen without our sponsors. So can I therefore thank them all for their support. That's Kingmore Park, EDF, Tetra Tech, Morgan Sindall, and of course the support from Westlake Research. The first conference which I held was back in 2016, and at that time NuGen was very much at the centre of all things nuclear in Cumbria and the north. There was great excitement at the prospects of a new nuclear plant being built in West Cumbria. At the same time, I remember having numerous meetings with National Grid about their plans. Every 3 months they used to meet us in London, and they would be showing us the plans of where the new transmission pipeline lines would go, and the £3 billion investment that the network would have invested in it in Cumbria. The conference was therefore concentrating not just on the concentration of a nuclear plant, but it was also about the huge opportunities there would be for the supply chain. 2016 was full of hope and anticipation. The second conference which I held was 2 years later in 2018, and in many respects it was intended to be a sort of celebration. Construction would be imminent, all systems would be go, NuGen and their plans would be underway, National Grid would be finalising their plans. Businesses would be gearing up. Sadly, it was almost the complete opposite, more like a wake. But in my view, the lack of success then was down to a combination of nervousness in the private sector at the risks of investing, together with, if I was honest, a lack of vision and leadership from the government at that moment in time. But I appreciate hindsight is a wonderful thing. It's easy to have judgments about what happened in the past when you're looking from the present day. But had we gone ahead then, we could well have the development and all the benefits which would flow from that be happening just imminently. And people would say what wonderful vision they had at that time. We'd have economic regeneration, infrastructure investment, a new energy supply at a time of international tension and concerns about energy security, and of course, the net zero requirements. Therefore, at that time, I thought I would never organise another nuclear conference. But as you say, we are where we are. And I genuinely believe that there's now a new environment for nuclear, a fresh start with new opportunities. And why do I say that? A number of key reasons. Government has clearly changed their position and attitude. Events in Ukraine have certainly concentrated minds and changed the outlook. The realisation that energy security really does matter. Long-term energy security is important. And then, of course, we also have the drive towards net zero. In addition, we now have a specific minister responsible for nuclear, and we'll hear from him later. And a week on Thursday, we'll have the launch of GB Nuclear. Though you always have to accept that ultimate policy does involve money, and therefore will always lie, to some extent, with Treasury. But even there, I think attitudes and outlooks are changing. As for the private sector, again, I feel there has been a significant sea change. More confidence, greater willingness to invest, the concept of SMRs and the like create a lower risk and therefore greater confidence to invest. More players in the game, but when all is said and done, we still need to have the confidence that the government will actually lead. Our contribution, therefore, is to emphasise the huge benefits that await the country if we embrace the industry. I've already touched upon the obvious, but there are serious wider community and economic benefits. Remember the levelling up agenda. The North has underperformed. This sector is very much part of the Northern economy. Therefore, a direct opportunity to improve the economic performance of the North lies with the nuclear industry. And in many respects, nuclear is simply a catalyst for economic development. Yes, there would be direct benefits, investment in jobs in the industry. There are long-term benefits through the investment in, as they are long-term investments. There would also be the opportunity for skills and training, again, long-term benefits to the economy and the community. The supply chain will grow, both locally and regionally, and on the back of this, there will be chance for innovation, which will increase, and those businesses that are linked to the nuclear industry will have the opportunity to diversify. Nuclear is the catalyst for this. Nuclear is part of the solution for many of our national challenges and problems. We as a community in the North and Cumbria need to embrace it, exploit it and support it. And if we do, I believe we will see real benefits, not just nationally, but very importantly here in Cumbria and across the north of England. I and my colleagues in Cumbria are certainly up for the challenge, and I hope you are as well. And therefore I hope you enjoy the day, enjoy our speakers, listen to what the Minister has to say. We have a Q&A, and that is your opportunity to ask the difficult questions and the challenging questions to our various panels. But please do enjoy the day. And that brings us to the first topic of this morning, which is empowering the next generation. I'm delighted to welcome Craig Hatch, the UK President of Tetra Tech, and Amy McFadden, who is the Senior Project Manager. It is, as we all know, really important to inspire the next generation, and to have someone like Craig, who has risen to the top through hard work, application, and talent, is a great inspiration. Over to you.
Thank you. Good morning, everybody. And first of all, thank you to John for his leadership in setting up this conference again today. And we're delighted as Tetra Tech to be part of supporting the next generation and the development of nuclear in the north. My name's Craig Hatch. I'm the UK President of Tetra Tech. Tetra Tech has a big heritage in the north. Our sort of UK heritage is our head office was in Leeds. I run the business from our office in Cockermouth in Lakeland Business Park. A secondary role I do is I'm chair of the Cumbria LEP Clean Energy Panel. So Cumbria and the north is very much at the heart of things that I want to do. The topic I'm going to talk about today, empowering the next generation, is a great topic to be part of. It should mean a lot to all of us. So some of us won't be here when the new nuclear facilities get built. We won't be here working in industry. Hopefully we'll be here to get the benefits from it. The topic is about people, the next generation. So my business is a service business. Scientists, engineers, environmentalists, surveyors, project managers, and much more. 27,000 people. Around the planet, some of the cleverest people in the planet solving problems for our clients. And that's the only asset that we have, is people. And in order to do what we do, we have a very simple business model. The only thing we do is deliver projects for clients. That's all we do, and we need great technical people to do that. And there is a lack of those technical people around to do it. And we've got that challenge not just from our peer organisations, but across all the sectors, all the infrastructure developments there are going on globally, and we've got to compete in that market. So how do we differentiate ourselves? We need to grow our own people, we need to keep our own people, and they're in demand. They are really in demand. So how do we differentiate ourselves? We want to attract and retain the best people. We want to have those scientists and engineers saying nuclear is the place I want to be, Tetra Tech is the place I want to be. So our mission is to lead with science. That is our tagline. We live and breathe that. So big science, all the services that we do, our technical services driven from that desire to solve complex problems. So we want to lead the way by offering solutions using that sound science, understanding innovation and industry leading approaches. And that directly links to the nuclear sector, to the drive to revolutionise nuclear, further advancement, and that requires further scientific understanding. And we want to be part of that. That very much meets with our ethos and our aims. We want to deliver innovative solutions for the nuclear industry, and we're focused on having diverse and talented people to deliver that. This is Tetra Tech in the UK and Europe. So when we had the last conference in 2018, that long ago, Tetra Tech were looking at the acquisition of a company called WIG, which is the heritage, the business that I work for, that have been in Cumbria for 35 years. And we were acquired by Tetra Tech in 2019, and Tetra Tech went from 200 people in the UK to around about 1,800. Since then, the business has grown. We're now about 5,500 people in the UK. So, and we want to play our part. You know, the reason why Tetra Tech are investing in the UK is because they believe in the UK. They believe there is a great need for the services that we provide in the UK, and the projects that we're going to talk about today, the sector that we're talking about today, is a big part of that. So you can see there the various brands that we have. We have NDY and Hawley, who are high-performing building specialists. So leading edge design, sustainable design to decarbonise building stock, whether that's new or existing building stock. We have Coffee Geotechnics, Pitto Associates, geotechnical specialists, so that leading with science, high-end engineers on a global basis, involved in some of the biggest schemes globally, involved in dewatering mining, involved in getting the minerals out of the ground that we need for renewables. We have Tetra Tech International Development, so an arm that's helping developing nations through funding projects that are going to help them develop the key need, get water in, get energy in, a big part of the Tetra Tech ethos. And we have the part called Tetra Tech. So I made the decision to rebrand WIG as Tetra Tech. So we've been in the UK, that brand's been in the UK since 2021. It's a growing brand, and we are leading with science, solving those complex problems for our clients. And then earlier this year, we added significant acquisition, RPS, similar organisation to ourselves, so heavily involved in water and the environment and sustainable infrastructure, which is what Tetra Tech is based on. That's what our heritage is. So added another 3,000 people in the UK, and with Metier, a programme management specialist, around about 250 people in Norway. And the RPS acquisition added to our nuclear capability, so that risk and safety case business, a well-developed business that can only add to the sector capability that we can provide. As a business, sustainability is at the heart of what we do. We want to stand out from our competitors, our peers, because of our sustainable commitments. We want to attract the next generation of people into our business by being driven by those sustainable goals. And new nuclear, low carbon, environmental cleanup resonates strongly with our heritage and the ongoing culture. Our ambition is to positively impact the lives of 1 billion people by 2030. And we're linking that to the 17 United Nations Sustainable Development Goals. And we're measuring ourselves against that 1 billion people challenge. And you can see there, you know, the last figures in April this year, we've positively impacted from a sustainable perspective the lives of 545 million people. And that is what our business is about. Young people are the future of our planet and of our industry. So empowering the next generation is fundamental to allowing that to happen. And being an ethical and sustainable business, making a difference, we see that as a differentiator to attract and retain the best people. I saw this last week. It was a campaign that was on called Show Your Stripes, and this was flashed onto the port of Dover, and you can see there year on year, that's from 1884 until the present day, and that picture paints 1,000 words. We don't need to say a lot else about that. We need to do something. The science is there. This isn't going away. Nuclear is part of that solution, and the pictures that I've got there, that's the Nuclear Institute Young Generation Network at COP26, and the slogan there was Net Zero Needs Nuclear. That's not changed. We're part of the solution. And so, in the spirit of why we're here and what I'm talking about, I thought we should empower the next generation. So I've got my colleague here, Amy McFadden, an outstanding project manager in our business, talking about those people that are really making a difference in our industry. Amy is one of those people. And I'd like Amy to come and talk about what this means to you.
Thank you, Craig, for introducing me. I'm incredibly grateful to be in a room with people that are able to be catalysts for change and be able to speak up in behalf of the next generation about what you guys can do to be able to support that within your roles within the businesses. As Craig just touched on, nuclear needs net zero. Net zero needs nuclear. And to be able to achieve that, we need the workforce behind it that are skilled and able to be able to complete the work. Nuclear is important to me because I recognise the benefits that it can bring to our economy, recognising that the standard of living can be changed by nuclear power. That's particularly prevalent in the current day age with the cost of living crisis and the current challenges we're facing within the economy. Nuclear power is able to bridge that gap and be able to provide that standard of living that right now we're not necessarily seeing. The skills gap. So this is particularly prevalent within our industry and something that unfortunately is continuing to grow. As you can see from the statistic, 1 out of 5 of our industry are currently over the age of 55. They are currently looking to retire and looking at retirement options. So that leaves a significant issue where the young generation are coming through and there isn't potentially the transfer of that knowledge through to the young generation. We lose out on the opportunity that if that knowledge is not transferred and not transferred through from the older generation into the younger generation, we lose a massive amount of skills and capability within our sector. So being advocates and being mentors to people in your business that you recognise can make change and that you can pass skills on is essential. Also, I just wanted to touch as well on the COVID-19 impacts and what that's had on younger people and sort of coming into the industry. Obviously, we've all now worked flexibly, hybridly, and it can be very important that that knowledge isn't transferred. It can be very difficult to sometimes want to pick up Teams or want to, reach out directly. If you're in the office, you get that direct content and direct skills knowledge by overhearing conversations. So let's all make a conscious effort to, if you believe that a young person can shadow you, or believe that there's someone that actually might benefit from your knowledge, let them shadow you and let them mentor you to be able to get that knowledge and transfer, because that's how our industry is going to continue to bridge that gap. Apprentices and graduates are essential to be able to make our business work and to be able to attract talent and retain talent. There was a study completed by NSSG that showed that 2,669 apprentices were attracted into our industry between 2020 and 2021. And although this figure sounds promising, there is more that we can do to increase it. And essentially, it's also important to remember that over a period of time, our apprenticeship and graduate schemes dropped off entirely. So 2,669 sounds great as a figure, but ultimately we don't have a sort of landing point to be able to judge off there's a high comparison. There's an amazing amount of companies within the room that are offering apprenticeships and graduate schemes right now, which is really encouraging. Some of the ones that we can lead with are Tetra Tech, Sellafield, Atkins, NNL, React, the NDA and BAE, and there's obviously many more within this room that can complete change. A big part of our industry that needs to develop is diversity and inclusion. Of that study that I just talked about from NSSG, only 24% of them figures were actually female. Obviously, we're doing a lot more to be able to try and combat that and to bring people within the sector. However, that's still quite discouraging and needs a lot more improvement. Additionally, we are also underrepresented in many different groups, such as LGBTQIA and also racial equality, which is essential. There is groups that are trying to combat this, such as Women in Nuclear, which are continuing to drive schemes to bring women into the industry and retain people. Additionally, the RAIN group, which stands for Racial Equality in Nuclear, are continuing to push forward to make sure that they are a conduit and a platform towards racial equality within our sector. These groups are imperative and they need our support as businesses. We need to be able to show people that we can commit and that we can provide the resource to push forward these important issues. As I touched on, there's many different organisations that we can reach out to support. So if businesses are unsure about what they can use and what resources they can use, reach out to the different organisations, see what there's cross-learning. There's always things your business can link into for the other organisations to help. So some key points that I think we could all take away for steps that we can do to empower the next generation moving forward. Bridge the skills gap. As I said, make sure that you are a mentor and an advocate for young people within your business. If they can shadow you in a conversation, they can learn a lot more, which is ultimately beneficial to your business overall. Support local schemes, as we're going to hear today. There's amazing schemes within Cumbria in the north. Use them, realise what you can do and link up to be able to share that cross-learning. Promote diversity and inclusion. This one's really important and one that we need to challenge ultimately. The way that we use our language can be considered ultimately to make sure that we are using inclusive language within our industry. Ultimately, this flows down right to recruitment. Ensuring that our adverts are inclusive and using inclusive language ensures that we can attract people into our industry that might be part of this minority. Additionally, interviewing with open recruitment panels, making sure that your recruitment panel is diverse, and that can be very difficult in our industry, but invite people in who might not necessarily be within the nuclear industry. It can give you that input and output because ultimately they can benefit from the view. And promote apprenticeships and graduates. It's very easy to keep work internally and very easy that sometimes you don't necessarily have the time to teach an apprentice or graduate, so you just want to crack on and do the work. However, if you spot an opportunity that actually you're doing a role that an apprenticeship or a graduate could fill, consider that within your business and actively look at gaps within the business to decide, can we bring an apprentice on to do this and train somebody else ultimately within the business to grow your workforce? So Tetra Tech's pledge to nuclear. As Craig mentioned, we're obviously an industry that's continuing to grow in, and Tetra Tech are key within that. Some of the pledges that we're making towards the nuclear industry include diverse apprenticeships. It's recognised that not all apprenticeships within our business need to be nuclear scientists. We need geological, we need environmental, project management and planning. There's key aspects that we can use from all the different industries that translate through to nuclear industry. So use that and look at how you can diversify your apprentices to bring in more of a workforce. Equality and Diversity Council, ensuring that people have a platform to be able to voice their opinions and be able to make suggestions. Ultimately, people are in the thick of it, and if they're able to voice their opinions and be able to give that, the business can implement that, and they might not necessarily see that view and opinion if it's not voiced. So these sorts of councils are imperative to be able to voice that. And then digital technology group. So as was mentioned yesterday at the dinner, AI is obviously continuing to increase, and digital technology has become second nature to the young generation. I'm sure there's many in the room that probably have kids that can use an iPad 100 times better than us. And it's really important that digital technology forms part of what we want to do in the nuclear industry. Technology can be enhanced and can be used to our advantage, and it's not something we have to be scared of or necessarily back off from. So the digital technology group within Tetra Tech is looking how we can utilise technology in our favour and how we can use it to make our services better. Another thing that we're continuing to do is ensure that memberships are offered for the professional institutes. It is important that employees feel that they have a need to progress their personal development, as well as this benefits our businesses overall. This also ensures that we standardise the level of services we're providing in our workplaces. If we're able to standardise the services to the different professional memberships, we're able to demonstrate a capability, and a core capability at that, to be able to deliver services that need within nuclear. And then the career framework is also a platform that we use. So the career platform is really important because it shows transparency and clear how you can move up within our business. It can be very difficult to understand how you progress within your role and how you move forward as a young person entering the sector. It can be very difficult to sort of move up and continue to stay in one role. The career framework provides that complete transparency to understand what qualifications is required and what experience is required to move up. This allows people to progress easily and allows people to evidence it rather than it being a bit of a vague area. So it's essential to be able to demonstrate. So I joined the nuclear industry in 2016 as an apprentice and an apprenticeship. However, there are apprentices within our businesses now that continue to work embedded into project teams. There are some testimonials on the screen that I've managed to provide from the current apprentices within our business. And as you can see, being embedded into our project teams is essential. And it also benefits our business because we're able to provide skills and capability to our sector. It also gives the apprentices the opportunity to build on their learning and development and ensure that they're valued within our project teams. We want to retain these apprentices, and without embedding them into key projects, ultimately they might not want to stay in our sector. So taking the chance and making the opportunity to say, I am going to put that apprentice on that project, will be really integral and might be the reason that apprentices stay within our sector so it's imperative. I'll now pass back to Craig, who's going to talk a little bit about the Cumbria and North West commitment to nuclear. Thank you very much for listening to my speech.
Well done, Amy. Fantastic. I just want to conclude to say something about Cumbria and the North West, in particular commitment to nuclear. I moved to Cumbria around about 25 years ago, and when I first got involved in nuclear, there were a lot of things said about Cumbria speaking with one voice. It was disjointed, and then who do we speak to in government? There's been a lot of improvement made in that area. The leadership that John is showing now is embedding really that as Cumbria we've got one voice. We want to do more in nuclear, and we're ready. Come to us. We're ready. We've got together. It's more collaborative. We've got the Northwest Nuclear Arc to tie together the skills around our whole community. We've got organisations like Cumbria Chamber been working on local skills improvement plan, the Cumbria LEP producing the Cumbria Clean Energy Strategy and the Cumbria Nuclear Prospectus. We've got a great unprecedented business cluster that covers the nuclear sector, membership organisation for nuclear decommissioning, mission to bring energy and collaboration and build connections to create an environment for business opportunity. We've done a lot of things in Cumbria. We're ready to support schemes as they come through. Interestingly, Cumbria have 27,000 people working in the nuclear sector, which is the same number of people we've got globally in Tetra Tech. That's an incredible amount of people. We do a hell of a lot in Tetra Tech, and I see the great work that we do, and the video that John showed, we've got a video that shows the people working on different parts of the world. We've got that here in Cumbria as a resource base. It is massive. Our potential is massive. We should look at social value in procurement. The onus is on all the supply chain to invest in meaningful and enduring social value that further develops existing initiatives that we put in place. For example, Energus, the National College for Nuclear, and Lakes College, and better utilising that infrastructure and capability we've got to increase, sustain and empower the next generation. And I've just got two things I'd like to say. I've got an ask, first of all, and then I've got a little bit of advice at the end, very short piece of advice. The first thing is the ask. We've got lots of senior people in the room, lots of senior executives, chief executives, chief operating officers, managing directors. I would like everybody to commit to understanding their own career development schemes, their early career schemes. Understand what you're doing. Don't just talk about it. Understand what you're doing. Are you really bringing the right people in and developing them in the way they're going to need to be for the next generation? So that's my ask. My next piece of advice is very short, and that's listen to Professor John Fife when he speaks. He's wise. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Craig. And when you think to where WYG were in 2018 to where Tetra Tech now, it's a great credit to yourself. And a big thank you to Amy. You're absolutely right. The next generation is vital to our county, to our country, and to the industry. So congratulations on that. Next topic is to do with collaboration and commitment. This is something politicians could probably be listening to rather than people in the industry. But I'm delighted to welcome Eldon Garnett, who is the Managing Director of Nuclear with Morgan Sindall Infrastructure, and very much look forward to what he's got to say about collaboration and commitment.
No pressure, John. Thank you very much. Good morning, all. Now then, I debated long and hard whether to put this movie sort of reference on the board. I still consider myself to be very, very young. However, the more I use movie references and songs of the past, the more I'm greeted with vacant looks from my staff these days. What the hell's he talking about? For those, and I'm looking, judging by the demographics of the people in this room, you're all very familiar with the Kevin Costner classic, Field of Dreams, Build It, They Will Come. Now, for the kids of you in the room, don't bother going and looking at the movie. It's not that great. It goes a bit weird at some point because he starts playing baseball in a cornfield with some ghosts. But the strapline, build it and they will come, is a good one to hold on to. So I'm Eldon Garner. I'm Managing Director of Morgan Sindall's nuclear business. Pleasure to be here today. Since COVID finished, I've been doing the sort of nuclear circuit, as you all have done, and we've had the compelling discussion around 25% new nuclear to support the 2050 agenda. I am not going to talk to you about that, because you all get it, you all understand it. You heard what Tim had to say yesterday evening. It is absolutely a requirement. What I am going to talk to you about, hopefully, is the little green shoots of hope that we might be able to put in place, because when I hear this 25% agenda, I also hear we haven't got enough resource, there's no supply chain, we can't build it, blah, 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 blah. Well, actually, there are some glimmers out there that hopefully we might be able to demonstrate that we can. And the things I want to talk about, the things that will come, are not ghosts. They are these things on here. They're investment, collaboration, community, sustainability, and longevity. We'll start off with investment. For my key clients in the room, please don't get your violins out at this moment in time. But we are the second largest construction company in the UK. We make very minuscule margins. However, what we do is invest 25% of all our margins back into the communities in which we work. We do that because we're going off the back of some of the visionary contracts that client and government have placed with us for long-term commitments. BAE, through the DIO, the MOD up at Clyde, Sellafield via the NDA, have placed long-term commitment contracts out to the market. And as a result of that, we will make investment into the communities to feed into those markets themselves. That investment focuses in on jobs, it focuses on early careers, it focuses on carbon reduction, innovation, schooling. We provide a whole host of support to the community in order to make it better, more fulfilling, to then feed back into the model. And here in the north, here in Cumbria, it is working. We can do a lot more, but you know, we've got it moving in a significant way. The one thing I would say with respect to the nuclear sector, listening to Tim last night, and I cover quite a bit within Morgan Sindall, is the infrastructure of the UK. So we'll skip over smart motorways, because that didn't really work out. High speed 2, okay, we'll move on a bit from that. But looking at the water industry, they've gone snap on the market, 10 billion quid investment, procurement's happening with all the AMP8 contracts. Tim talked about National Grid yesterday evening. Snap, 9 billion quid procurement, another 81 billion quid in the pipeline. They've gone to market, they're actually winding the market up and the supply chain. Kids in schools are realising that they want to be Sparkies in the future. And what we have to do as the nuclear industry is make that commitment. We have to step over the threshold so that I can go and educate parents and children that their careers are sustainable in the nuclear sector. That's my only ask, that we get that investment, or that commitment, then the investment will come, and then industry can also step in and play its part. The next bit is around collaboration. Every year, and for lots of you in this room will be doing the same thing, you have to produce a 5-year business plan and go to your CEO and tell him what you're going to be doing for the next 5 years, and every 5 years it keeps on changing and building. I was asked a question, who your key competition is, and you know, what are they doing? And my response to the guys was, it doesn't matter. And why doesn't it matter? Well, if you take the nuclear sector and you add in the decommissioning agenda, you add in civil nuclear, you add in defence nuclear, it's a bit like wrestling a gorilla. You're never going to win. We're not going to beat it. We're not going to be able to win the battle, because collectively there's just so much work to actually do. But one way of doing it and achieving it is working a lot smarter. Smarter is being more collaborative around it, where the actual the sum of the whole is greater than the sum of the parts. And again, through some of the visionary contracts that have been put out, the likes of PPP at Sellafield, where we're all working collaboratively together as a supply chain with our partners, we're achieving a lot more great benefit out in the community to provide that investment for everyone. My only hope is that we can take that a step further and be more collaborative across the nuclear sector as a whole. Yes, you have to have competition, I get that, but you know, there must be a smarter way of divvying this up across all the supply chain, otherwise we're just not going to stand a chance of wrestling that gorilla down to the ground. I've got 3 people on this slide. It could be 103, but that wouldn't make a really nice slide then. But I'm going to talk about Lauren, who's in the middle. 11 years ago, Lauren went to school in a Morgan Sindall school uniform in a deprived area around here because couldn't afford a school uniform, and we believe that all kids should go to school in the same uniform. She went through primary school and ended up at the UTC. We donate a significant amount of money to the UTC every year. We're governors, we're trustees, we build their labs, and we educate the kids coming through. She moved on to the Lakes College apprenticeship degree. Again, another facility that we support. Joined our business, one of 40 apprentices a year that we bring in this area, and became Female Craft Apprentice of the Year in the UK. A great advocate for us. She recently got promoted and is a quality manager. 11 years ago, we were able to make that investment because that kind of commitment was given to us by our clients, and that's what we do by ploughing some of our profits back in, because it's not just helping the community, it's helping us being able to deliver the work in the areas which we're at. And as I say, it's one of many that I could use as an example. The other thing that we focus on are just things not just for Morgan Sindall, but these are 3 initiatives that we've got in Cumbria. The first one is something called Altogether Cumbria, which is a social enterprise that we've set up that deals with the hard-to-reach community, helps them through education, guides them through experience, gives them a chance back in life to get career progression. And that's not just for our business, it's for all the businesses in Cumbria. We've had a whole host of people through that initiative that have now got employment that didn't. I think last year we were able to put 65 people in employment that didn't have a job. The next one we do is Creating Careers in Cumbria. Over 300 people have been through this programme. It's a 6-week programme where we educate those people who have lost their way, people who may have taken a different turning in life. We give them hope, we give them experience, we help guide them, and they are planted amongst many of you in the supply chain here as well. Again, not just for us, it's for the community. And the third one there is Swimming the Big Fish, which we did with Solomons. This is working with the supply chain. 56 SMEs now have long-term contracts in this region for 10 years more than they had 2 or 3 years ago. So we've worked with those SMEs, we've written actual contracts for them to engage with companies like ourselves to make that commitment going forward. So hopefully you can see through these little things that investment will come if we work collaboratively together and we all achieve the common goal. On top of that, other things and other great things happen. So when you engage in a company like Morgan Sindall, and there are others out there, we bring our breadth of experience with us. So we arrived here 11 years ago to work in the nuclear sector. But over those 11 years, we've built 1,000 homes in Cumbria through our house building organisation. We have built construction sites such as the University of Manchester at Westlake. We built Albion Square in Whitehaven. We're just going to be striking ground at something at Ish, which again is helping the community which we work. Within infrastructure, we've been laying pipes and putting the grid network connections in the area. And all these have helped further investment into the areas by creating careers and also looking at the environment. And I've put that one on there for car chargers. I actually think that Morgan Sindall have got more car chargers in Cumbria than anyone else. Now, that's a scary fact. So, you know, but nonetheless, it's the kind of investment that we make in the communities in which we operate. So I just wanted to kind of conclude on a couple of things, and it's about the North and recognising what the North is about. I had the privilege of hosting a number of people on tables last night that were not from the North. They're from industries, maybe in Lincolnshire, maybe in Anglesey, maybe in other areas, whereby they want the strength of the North to be exported to them to help them along. It is absolutely pointless investing in an SME in a field in Lincolnshire to do precision engineering, because the sustained workload of a new build down in that neck of the woods isn't going to be there for a lengthy period of time. The sustained build is here, mainly driven by Sellafield's 100-year mission, but that's what we've created here, is real high-class SME organisations, a skill base that can not only support the region in which we work, but that can be exported into other areas to help the UK. And SMEs aren't just about working with the local environment, it's around smaller businesses across the UK being able to support others out there. Finally, shamelessly, the marketing department always send you up to these speeches with a slide. You must talk about Morgan Sindall. Everyone must really leave here knowing who you are. And if you don't cover it, they get quite moody with you. Usually lasts for about a month. So my month period's going to start now, because I'm not going to talk about it, because most of you know who we are in this room. And one thing I when I was thinking about this last night, we won an award. We were the third best company to work for in Cumbria. We were here 11 years ago. We weren't here 11 years ago. We were voted to be the third best company to work for in Cumbria, behind BAE and Sellafield. So I'll take that. And it was an award that people voted for. It was not one of these that you got bid writers to write and then you submitted it. And I actually think I was really humbled to get that. But I really think that people voted for us, not just because we can build stuff, because we can build nuclear facilities, that's what we're all about, but it's the way that we do it. And when we do build it, we've kind of proven that we can bring people along, and they will come, the people will come, the supply chain will come, the investment will come, and that's what it's all about. So I'd just like to conclude there. Thank you very much for your time and patience, and I hope you have a great conference.
Thank you very much, Eldon. Sadly, I do remember that film. But the other interesting comment you made, which I think is really a credit to the North, is actually we always think about people wanting to invest in the North, but you forget that actually we in the North can go and help other parts of the country. So I think that's a very valid point. We're just going to have a slight rejig of our agenda. The Minister, I think, is arriving or just shortly to arrive, so just to give him a chance to prepare, I'm going to ask Professor John Fife to come up and say a few words. Delighted to welcome the Professor here, familiar face to many of you, a great friend and champion of Cumbria and the nuclear sector. And if, put it bluntly, if you do not know the Professor, when you leave you will certainly know who he is. Come on, Professor.
I don't think so. I don't think so. Wee, this is a bit dicey. Hello, everyone. I promise not to swear, so I won't bloody do that, yeah? Okay. I do have some slides which Dr. Wiley very kindly put into pro forma, that format, but I didn't sleep last night because I often don't sleep. My mind won't stop thinking. I might be younger than some, but I keep thinking, and I picked up on a number of things that Dr. Stone said yesterday, and Where is the bugger? Where is he? Is he not here? Has he run away? Oh no, the cheeky sod. Now, I have a few things that I'm now going to preempt as well, because the slide at the end has gaps on it. Where's Rick running this? If you run through that in 1 minute, then I can talk. If you just... This next slide, who's doing that for me? Anybody? Yeah. That's what I'm supposed to be talking about. That's what I said I would do. That's me thinking, what examples have I got from experience, if they're relevant at all? And that's me trying to be bloody academic and clever. I'm not a mathematician. That's why I got a first in economics, because of maths. And maths, economics have got everything to do with people, not bloody maths. And then I started to think, what were the three things that I thought and believed in when I first came to West Cumbria 38 and a half years ago? And it was to do with jobs, wealth and health. You can dress it up in many, many forms, but what else is there? Of course there's public value and common good, but we can be very clever about these things, but actually there's some basics. And sometimes in life I find going back to basics is not a bad thing. And the last one is the one I want to talk to, because I haven't prepared a speech on that. I've just been thinking last night. The first thing that struck me with Tim, I wish he were here, because I'll tease the bugger when I next see him. Tim talked about the scale of the challenges that lie ahead from the top down. Well, I recognize those challenges and the gaps that we have to fill, huge challenges, but we have to start working also from the bottom up. It's both. And he talked a lot about the opportunities. Well, we know there are opportunities, but you've got to fucking well translate opportunities into actions. If you don't take opportunities and put them into real things with people doing real things, you're not moving forward. And I feel bad in my 80s saying these things, because I know from the previous speakers that many of you here are doing these things. So forgive me preaching again and again and again. And Amy, thank you so much, because one of the proudest things I've got before I finish, and I will finish, I know you say I never will, but I will, is when I see Amy, when I see other young people here doing what you said with their colleagues, yeah, in this audience. Because I'm very proud to be the patron of YGN. They inspire me. When they come and stay at our house or come down to see us, some of your colleagues, they come. And we have long evenings with many beers and chats. And they have ideas that many of the people they're working with wouldn't dream of. I get comments about older people acting as barriers, Sean, to their progress in careers, because people are telling them, oh, that's not how we do it. So will everybody here take an action for me? If not for me, for yourselves. Will everyone do what Amy said? Will every one of you here, in every organization you represent, or as an individual, find a few people that are tomorrow's people and get them working with the right people, action-orientated, listen to them in your organizations? Will you do that? Yes. And the second thing I'd like you to do is what John was saying to me about down in London. What next after this conference? I'll tell you what next. Everybody here, I can get away with this, can't I? Everybody here has to think, from what you've heard here, is there one thing other than that which you could take away and put into action in your own organizations? Every one of you, either as an individual or collectively in your organization. Do you hear anything that can help you do that? Third thing I'd like to do is to promote what Eldon said. Look for people around you here today that you could collaborate with in partnership to combine with them to actually deliver what is required. competition is a wonderful thing, but so is collaboration. And if you can find like-minded souls to do that, then you can get away with it. Now, I didn't prepare what's on that piece of paper. I was going to tear this up, but you might want to take those away. I thought I'd better not preach from the past, so I'm not. And I'd better not say too much about nuclear in West Cumbria and Cumbria as a whole in the north, because you're all doing that. So I've taken a few examples of the topics from elsewhere. And I'm just going to run through one or two of them quickly. I've got no slides because I don't do things like that. Others do that. The first thing is in a little part of France. It is nuclear industry. I know well. My opposite number in France is Professor Jean-Marie Chevalier. He's still alive as well. He's 84 at Dauphin. Now, we used to collaborate with the French, and I'll tell you what they're very good at, shall I? They're fucking good at the supply chain. They know we should learn from them. They know how to beat the rules of government rules and international arrangements in terms of helping small companies, member companies of British Energy Coast Business Cluster, helping and partnering with them. And they do it in a number of ways that are legal. First of all, sequential contracting. You're allowed to have a contract for 75,000 euros, or 60-odd thousand, I think, pounds. Those little contracts for some companies mean a lot. If they're going to be sequential, i.e., one contract today and you change the colour of the next contract and you get the sequential contracting, you can have 3 or 4 years, and that helps. The next thing I'd like to say from the French scene is that the bigger companies, and this is very important, I think, the bigger companies that are attached to the nuclear industry are actually collaborating themselves, the domino effect, with smaller companies in their area. It's the domino effect. Supply chain is not just between Sellafield and the suppliers of big companies for the next 20, 10, 5 years. It's what those companies are prepared, and some of them are here, prepared to do in terms of cascading down. I can strongly recommend, and I know you'll help me here, that the PPP project at Sellafield has a long way to go yet. It's making progress, but the principle of public-private sector collaboration, partnering, is important. But for goodness sake, we have to find things that the community recognise to be what they need, not what's imposed upon them. So I think there's a two-way dialogue that needs to improve there. The other thing which I've got down here is nothing to do with nuclear. It's the Setúbal. One or two of you have heard of me mention the Setúbal region in Portugal before. That's because my opposite number there is another stupid prof called George Gaspar, my brother. He's got a beard as well. Setúbal region in Portugal was dead and dying. This will appeal to Paul because of the steel industry. They had a steel mill there. It was going. So he set about, he came to West Cumbria in 1986, and we were talking about partnerships. He went back and he set up a group of people that took the steel industry, and it was jumped to the action. They had a plan. Plans are fine, but they're only any good if you're going to act on them. He took the plan. They got 8, 9 people together. He got together, the real leaders, which is what we did in West Cumbria in 1986, by the way. And they sat down and they agreed. He wrote a plan for them they signed up to. And I'll tell you what they did, actions. They converted the steel mill to a cannery. They developed fishing from offshore fishing to inshore. They have developed that industry. They supply the Algarve market for tourism and all those people that have money. They export to France and Spain, even Spain. And that economy in Setúbal as a little region is a great success story now. Why is it successful? It wasn't the leadership of one man. It was leadership from a group that set up this partnership and action orientated from within. And here's the point. I say from within. It was only later that the Portuguese government, the third one, because it's not been the form of government it is now for that long actually, recognized the strengths of what they were doing and started to try and replicate that model elsewhere. Now that's the other point. You can't always replicate. I could have stood up here academically and talked about many partnerships I've been involved with. Not one of those partnerships match ours identically. Not one of them are perfect. Ours is not perfect, Craig. It's got much better. And there's the challenge. How can we make it even better and better and better? And in terms of action, I wish the Minister were here to hear me. Is he here? Please forgive me. Where is he? Andrew, would you join YGN, please? Some of the younger people are giving not only leadership, but they're actually coming up with ideas. And that's innovation. Innovation isn't just about technology, science, and development. Of course that's relevant. It's also about how you do things and giving people a chance to think about how they do things differently. And when I go to the YGN events, I get so inspired by the young people. I think, no, I'm not dead yet, and I'm not going to give up yet. So Andrew, please come to our next event. Please join us. And please, 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 will all of you think about what you can do. I'm almost finishing, not quite yet, John, where you started. It's the next generation. Get those younger people action-orientated with every one of you here. And next time you have the conference, I will retire if I find that here every senior manager has a young person sitting next to them, so I can get pissed with you all and say I'm finished. Now that is, now there is one other thing I would like to say. I'm a former trade union leader, and I'm not ashamed to say it. I came from the coal industry. Dr. Stone did not mention, and it doesn't surprise me, I've known Tim a long time. He did not mention my pet theme about decommissioning not being decommissioning. It's development. When we used to close coal pits, and I'm from Fife, by the way, when we closed the pit after the war, I had nothing. Now, you know what that means. In Toon Hull, when the pit closed, my dad came home from the war, the pit closed, and we had nothing. Everybody was out of work. Now, when the pit started closing and we had British Coal Enterprise trying to help them regenerate, we only had 3, 4, 5, because there's stupid battles going on between that idiot Scargill and also Mrs. T. So there wasn't a chance. The time scale for regenerating after a pit closed was 3, 4, 5 years. In the nuclear industry, we're talking 20, 30, 40. Permanent. Now, doesn't that give an opportunity to use that time to develop, regenerate, and to rebuild from within, as well as looking to government from without? Of course it does. I'm nearly there now. When am I going to get the red card? Is that coming yet? Look, thank you for inviting me, John. I'm sorry I don't have a speech, but it's so good to see so many people again. There is one little thing, as Andrew's here, not because he's here, but he should be aware. I think it's an important thing. Don't forget the most important thing of all is what people are not very good at. Yes, I'm the prof, and I'm saying it. We have a lot to learn from each other, from our past and from elsewhere. Learning is an overused word, like my partnerships is overused. Start thinking, what have I learned? What is it I've picked up from this conference? Talking to people that I can take back and put into action in my organization or for me as an individual. If we do nothing else from this conference, with the number of people here, as ambassadors on the outside. Yes, do what Tim was saying. You've got to tell the world and governments as well. And leadership from the only minister we've ever had in nuclear. Leadership is about telling, you tell your officials what you want. They're mates of mine. I trained the fuckers at bloody Oxbridge. You tell JP I was talking. The fact is, ministers have to give leadership as well. And when they're not ministers, can I plead with you, Andrew, to stay in touch. Go and talk to Charles Henry. He is no longer a Minister for Energy, but he's stuck with it. And why is he stuck with it? He's stuck with it because he believes in the subject. He believes that energy is relevant for economic development. He believes it's relevant to the environmental camp. It doesn't matter how you dress it up. It does matter how you dress it up, but if it's so important, which it is, then you've got to stick with it. People have got to stick with it all the time and just keep at it. And the last thing, Andrew, is a plug. When you get back, please, I'm going to say it, and I don't mind saying it. We're going to hear later about the possibility of a Solway power thing. Your officials are taking forever to take decisions. They do, and I'm not getting at them because I get at them over a pint of beer in the speakers. But really, decision-taking in government really has to, now one way of improving that is those MPs that are here, Trudy and everyone, you do stick together, John. I know that. But get the minister, push for officials to start taking your decisions. That decision about investment is not just about money. It's about land, it's about support. And the last thing I will say, and I promise it is, please let me come back next time you have this conference, and please can YGN, my YGN friends, be a key part of this conference alongside Amy. Would you do that? Because I think we all have a lot to learn from them. I certainly have. So thank you very much.
To be honest, I'm not sure we could have a conference without the Professor attending. And as Craig said, we should listen to his words of wisdom, and you didn't disappoint. So thank you very much, Professor. I'm now delighted to welcome the Minister, Andrew Bowie. He's the Minister for Nuclear and Networks in the Department of Energy Security and Net Zero. I very much appreciate coming up to this conference. I appreciate you being extremely busy, particularly with the energy bill which you're taking through Parliament. We know that you are a great supporter of the nuclear industry. You've been very proactive, and I think there's a lot of goodwill towards what you're trying to achieve for the government and your role in the department. So I'd love to welcome you to the front.
Thank you very much, John and John. I'm very glad I arrived just in time to hear John speak. I would have been here earlier, but Avanti West Coast played a blinder this morning, and I turned up at Euston Station to find that the train going to Carlisle was stopping at Preston. So I'm very pleased and glad to be here, and to be here in Cumbria for the first of what will be many visits to the northwest of England over the next few months and years. 70 years ago, in 1953, the same year that Her late Majesty Queen Elizabeth was crowned, and the same year that England defeated the Australian cricket team to win the Ashes for the first time in 2 decades, construction began on the world's first commercial nuclear power plant, just an hour down the A595 from here. Calder Hall was only intended to operate for 2 decades, and yet it kept generating electricity until 2003. By which time the world's first nuclear power station had also become the world's oldest, with an annual net output of around 360 gigawatt hours. And seeing we're at a race course, I thought I'd do some dodgy maths on the back of an envelope. And I worked out that that's equivalent to roughly 500 million horsepower hours. And for the uninitiated, that's the amount of work a horse can do in an hour times 500 million. But while overall nuclear capacity grew steadily worldwide through the latter part of the 20th century, that growth sadly stopped largely in the 21st century, with nuclear levelling out at around 10% of total global electricity production. So far, 2023 has a lot in common with 1953. We've had a coronation in Westminster Abbey, England are going to win the Ashes again, and crucially, there is a great buzz around nuclear once again. In the USA, in South Korea, in Japan, France, Canada, nuclear is shaping up to play an important role in their future energy mix. I was in Sweden just 2 weeks ago when they have changed the law to enable nuclear to play a part in energy production moving forward. And here in the UK, we have such exciting plans too. Climate change, the war in Ukraine, and soaring global energy prices have prompted a complete rethink, and about time, in our strategic priorities. We can no longer rely on imported hydrocarbons. It is not economically viable nor environmentally palatable, so we have redoubled our efforts to secure a diverse, domestic, and decarbonised energy supply. We need a balance of renewable energy to keep the environment healthy and the economy growing, and nuclear as well on the menu. We know there are challenges, long lead-in times, even longer decommissioning times, but we are fully committed to nuclear power, and we are determined to lead the pack once again. Thankfully, we aren't starting from scratch. I may be the UK's first ever Minister for Nuclear, a role I am immensely proud to have. But I can't take all the credit, I've only been in the job for 4 months, because we were in a great position long before we started. Indeed, nuclear currently produces 6.5 gigawatts, which is around 15% of our electricity needs today. But we know we need more to truly secure our energy supply. Our ambition is 24 gigawatts by 2050, a quadrupling of current capacity, and enough electricity to meet approximately a quarter of our energy needs here in the UK. That's why we made a firm pledge to build new nuclear capacity in the British Energy Security Strategy announced last year. And so what does that action, what is it that we are doing to make that pledge a reality? Well, the construction of Hinkley Point C, which will provide 7% of the country's needs, is progressing well, and EDF is targeting Reactor Unit 1 operating by June 2027. And if you haven't been to the site at Hinkley, please, I urge you to go. It is incredible. A site more than 5 miles long, 7,000 construction workers going up to 12,000, 54 buses operating on that site. 54 cranes, 154 buses. They're the second largest bus operator in the southwest of England. Construction workers from over 42 different countries. This is powering up Britain and an investment that will last for decades. Last November, we confirmed a historic £700 million investment in Sizewell C, becoming a shareholder with the project with EDF. Together with the project company, we're continuing Sizewell C's development to the point of taking a final investment decision in this Parliament. Subject to final approval, the sister project to Hinkley could power the equivalent of 6 million homes and support 10,000 jobs at peak construction. And Sizewell C could also act as a bridge between construction at Hinkley and our aspiration for 24 gigawatts by 2050. To ensure we're driving this forward, we've established Great British Nuclear, GBN, not to be confused with GB News, an arm's-length body responsible for delivering new nuclear project backed with the funding that it needs. In April this year, GBN launched a competition to select the best small modular reactor, the next generation of innovation. And we're running this competition 3 times faster than any comparable country in the world. These reactors, small modular reactors, are a fraction of the size of traditional power plants. They can be constructed in factories and they can be assembled in convenient places all over the country and indeed all over the world. So we've introduced a £385 million advanced nuclear fund to support the development of new small modular reactors as well as cutting-edge advanced modular reactors. And at the same time, we won't forget or neglect the heavy hitters, the large gigawatt-scale projects vital for this country's needs. We are currently evaluating bids for the Future Nuclear Enabling Fund. Up to £120 million will be used to boost early nuclear projects, tackle barriers to market, and put them on the path to success. And we're making significant investments in the domestic supply chain. The Nuclear Fuel Fund will deliver up to £50 million to strengthen our home fuel production capability, which will help diversify uranium and nuclear fuel production capacity away from Russia. So the future for nuclear in the UK is certainly looking bright. No apathy here, as some might suggest. But as we ramp up our nuclear programme, we're going to need to ramp up our capacity too, which means working with industry to inspire young people to seek careers in nuclear as we build and maintain a strong, highly skilled workforce, as John was speaking about earlier. But it's certainly a challenge. For inspiration, however, we only need to look to one of Sellafield's longest-serving employees, Dr. Rex Strong, whose 46-year career has taken him from safety assessor to the head of nuclear safety, and this month was honoured with an OBE in the King's Birthday Honours. In his words, the nuclear industry has so much to offer in terms of a unique, challenging and interesting career. The biggest challenge we have is skills. So let's make sure we're really selling the benefits of this fantastic industry in order to seize the potential of nuclear energy technologies and deliver the clean, green, secure energy that will power this country and for the next 70 years and beyond. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Minister, and it's great to hear your enthusiasm for the industry, and I'm very grateful you're going to join us for the question and answer session, which will come in very shortly. The final speaker this morning is Alan Woods, who is the Director of Strategy and Business Development at Rolls-Royce, as we all know, an iconic brand of our country. And as many of you also know, Rolls-Royce are very keen to develop the SMR sector, so look forward to hearing from Alan.
Morning. Thanks for the delighted to be here. Thanks for the invite from the organisers, and it's always good to come to, as a northerner, good to come to a northern conference. We seem to have a lot of them in London. So today I'm going to talk about Rolls-Royce SMR, talk about who we are, exactly what our product is, and we do call it a product, and then of course I'll talk a little bit about what this will mean for Cumbria and the UK. And glad to see I've got someone else's speaking notes in front of me, so I'll try and ignore them. Okay, so first of all, who are we? Rolls-Royce SMR, we're not wholly owned by Rolls-Royce. We have other shareholders, 3 other shareholders. One is Constellation Energy. Constellation, for those of you who don't know, is the largest commercial operator of nuclear power plants in the world. That's really important for us, the commercial operation of nuclear power plants. Because what we're trying to do here, in terms of Rolls-Royce SMR, is design a power plant which is commercially investable. It's critical for the nuclear industry, in our view, that if we want to build nuclear power plants and we want them to be a successful part of the future energy mix, we have to do so on a commercial basis. We cannot rely on, forever and a day, going to governments to finance these projects. Now, clearly for early units, there's a market failure perspective we have to tackle, and we're working with government on that very issue. The other 2 shareholders we have are BNF Resources. BNF is interesting. It's a subsidiary of the Perenco Oil and Gas Company. So we have an oil and gas company who is now investing in nuclear technology. Clearly, their vision of the future is that clean energy needs to include nuclear. And then finally, we have QIA, Qatar Investment Authority. Not much else to say about QIA other than the fact that they are a sovereign wealth fund. They're significant influences on the global stage, not just in their region. And then I have to add that we also have some significant funding from UK government. That's through Department of, as it was, Business Energy and Industrial Strategy, administered through UKRI. Okay, just before I talk about what we are and what our technology is, it's worth just reflecting on what the scale of the challenge is here, because we often get obsessed, and particularly in the nuclear industry and generally the energy industry, with talking about electricity, and we talk about how well we're doing decarbonising. Actually, we're not doing well at all. because we might be doing well in electricity generation, but that's only about 20% of the total energy we use. The rest of it comes through transport sector or heat. Transport particularly is very, very difficult to decarbonise. But if you are going to decarbonise them, most of them have applications which need more electricity, whether it's hydrogen generation, synthetic fuel generation, direct electrification of cars. And the scale of the challenge, therefore, is if we're going to decarbonise those other sectors, is we've got to build an enormous amount of new electrical capacity, electrical generation capacity. Batteries don't generate power. All they do is store it for short periods of time. We've got to build generation capacity. And we are not going to do it with renewables alone. We are not going to do it without nuclear. So the challenge here is not the market. The challenge for nuclear is how do we make the nuclear industry viable? Because unfortunately, the nuclear industry has arguably a well-deserved reputation of being late and over budget. And that is not, it's not a good reputation to have in the face of a market which should be pretty game-changing to the nuclear industry. Right, I'll show you some pictures about our power plant, and I'll talk about some of the key features of it. But first of all, I want to start by talking about what SMRs are. Some of you in the room may know, some others may not. And particularly that not all SMRs are the same. In fact, if you were to go on and do a Google search, you'll probably find 100-odd types of SMR, ranging from what is conventional proven technology of what's known as light water reactor technology to future technologies that are not yet operational in the world. Let me talk about the acronym S, M and the R, and I'll specifically talk about what these mean to Rolls-Royce and why we are different to some of the other technologies that exist. So first of all, small. It's not really very small. So our power plant is 470 megawatts. So small is a relative term, small compared to Hinkley Point, but pretty large compared to a 10 megawatt unit, for example, of which some of SMRs are of that size. But for us, it's 470 megawatts, but we didn't design it to be that. We designed it to maximize the power against the constraints we put on the design. And the constraints we applied to this design were, has to be factory manufacturable, and it has to be road transportable. The simple reason, if we make modules that we have to disassemble to transport and reassemble them when you get to the site, then actually we've not solved any problem whatsoever. All we've done is modularize something which we have to disassemble, and it's effectively a stick build when we get to the site. So that road transportability constraint means that the maximum size of module we can transport is about 4.4 meters diameter in the UK. If we apply that maximum to our pressure vessel, the maximum standard fuel we can get into that pressure vessel derives the power. It's as simple as that. But small is about maximizing that power, optimizing the power against the constraints we put on the design. So secondly, the M, modularization. Modularization for us is not a question of, let's see how big a single structure we can build. Modularization is about standardization, repeatability. It's about creating a factory production line approach. If we don't do that, if we go for very big one-off structures, then of course we're in that situation where we've got problems of transportation, we've got problems where we have to disassemble, and it really doesn't solve any of the problem. So modularization is key, and it is about all that factory environment. And then finally the R, and this is perhaps the most important differentiator that we as Rolls-Royce SMR have. This isn't actually about the reactor. If we only deliver a reactor, we only modularize the reactor, we're only actually tackling about 20 to 25% of the capital cost of the power plant. So actually, we're not actually doing much at all to change the way nuclear is built. 75–80% of it will still be built in a conventional manner, so it will still suffer, in most likely terms, the same cost challenges, schedule over and challenges that nuclear has today. Because we're not changing anything. We're just building a stick-built plant on a small scale. So we have to modularize the total power station, and that's what we've done in Rolls-Royce SMR, and this is perhaps what stands us apart from most of our competition who are doing the reactor. It is no good if we just design a reactor, and every time we go to a project we have to design the rest of the power station. because we're redesigning every time, we're reinventing the wheel every time. It'll be a new supply chain, new set of contractors. So we really won't get any economies of volume that you need to get from SMRs. SMRs are based on, let's turn this into a product and get economies of volume, but it only works if we're delivering a total power station solution. So that's our power station solution. Everything you see on that picture will be delivered by Rolls-Royce SMR under a single contract because it's our product. So if this presentation is majority pictures, slightly more interesting, I think, than just words. This is the cutaway of the power plant. There's a few things I'll see on here. So you can see the modularization structure here, the lattice, the kind of Lego bricks. We often use that analogy. It is like Lego bricks building this power plant. We stack them on top of each other. There are different types of module. In fact, there's 3 main types of module that build this power plant. One is the reactor island. Second is what we call the systems modules. Those are the majority of them, all around ISO container type size frames, that kind of size. Finally, the civil modules. So even our civil construction, everything above the ground is built in factories. It means that everything that you see on that picture above the ground is factory fabricated. And that means that our site activity is assembly activity. This is really critical when we talk about jobs, because we don't talk about 10,000 jobs during the construction period, because we don't create 10,000 jobs during the construction period. Actually, the jobs for our construction or assembly averages about 500. So we don't have a big boom bust on the site, a huge number of jobs, and then they'll disappear. We don't have to build new hotels. We don't have to build new road infrastructure or new ports to transport the components. Actually, this is just a product assembly process on the site. And the reason for that is we've moved all those jobs into the factories and the supply chain. That means that those jobs are sustainable. They're not just there for a single project and they disappear. They're long-term jobs. And those jobs will be partners to us as Rolls-Royce SMR as we deliver a fleet of these units, not just in the UK, but outside of the UK as well. Because we are a UK technology solution, and that means when we build our supply chain, we will build it here. We don't promise localization. We are local, and we will then export. And that means we'll be exporting product, nuclear product, from the UK. So the final factory that we talk about, you can see over the top of here, and that's our site factory. And the purpose of the site factory is to remove risk and introduce contingency to our assembly schedule. So the first thing we build on the site is we build a site factory, and it's making use of the relatively small footprint we have. And that facility protects everything we do on the site from the weather conditions, which in the UK you can lose up to about 40% of your available man-hours a year through wind, rain, snow, whatever it might be. So we've removed all of that. You can, of course, plan that into your schedule, but we've completely removed that risk. Furthermore, we only operate a 2-shift pattern inside that facility. So if we do want to accelerate, if we do face challenges, effectively we've got a 30% schedule contingency built into the program from day one. So that's a pretty significant piece of the jigsaw in terms of ensuring we get this deliverability on time, on schedule. So a little bit more about modularization. This is how the power plant comes together. Each module is a standard size. These are the systems modules, so those make up the majority of them. They are standard size. They stack on top of one another at the site, and that provides the structural integrity of the building itself. So we've reduced significantly the amount of concrete. These steel frames provide that structure, and that means that we can assemble them much more quickly. And we assemble it from the middle out, ground up, and that's how the power plant is built. And that allows us to significantly reduce the schedule, because most of the manufacturing and the module assembly and testing has been done in the factory environment. So at module level, everything's already functionally tested. So we limit the amount of testing we have to do even when we do the final assembly at site. And that allows us to compress that overall construction assembly schedule, which from a financing perspective is hugely beneficial. You don't want your money tied up for endless years whilst you're building it. So finally, what does this mean in terms of factories and supply chain? As I said, this is where it all happens for us. It's not about the site. It's all about these module facilities and the supply chain and the logistics that we need to tie all of this together. So we talk about a number of module factories. And I mentioned 3 types of module. The reality is there's more than one factory that does, say, for example, the systems or mechanical, electrical, plumbing modules, they're called there, because there's a lot of them. There's about 3,000 modules across the total power plant, across all of these types of modules. Now, these facilities are assembly facilities. So yes, we will build some, as Rolls-Royce SMR. We'll have supply chain partners who we'll work with who may have capacity and capability to build some of the other modules already. But they are assembly facilities. And what they rely on is the vast supply chain that will feed these facilities. So I mentioned we have about 3,000 total modules across the civil, the mechanical, electrical, plumbing, and the reactor island modules. We have also about 40 million discrete components make this power plant. So all those components need to come together and they need to feed into these factories to be formed into those 3,000 modules and sent to the site to be assembled. That's the way it comes together. So the opportunity across the UK here for our supply chain is absolutely enormous. And it's not just about a single project, single site, so we'll have lots of activity for the next 5, 6, 7, 10 years, however long it takes to build one. This is about the fleet effect. We want to be building a fleet of these, both here, but also exporting them. The export market is growing every single day. The Minister raised the issue, it's not just about net zero anymore, it's about energy security. And that is really driving a pace. So we have to act at pace in this country to stay ahead so that we're ready for those markets when they come along, because they are coming along now. We need to maintain that pace so we're ahead in the UK so that we can credibly export to these growing number of markets. So I think I'm pretty much out of time, and I'll finish there. I believe we have time for questions in a bit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alan. Can I thank all our presenters this morning? Wide variety of topics that we've been discussing, and I appreciate all their presentations and found them very informative, and I hope you have as well. We're now going to come to our question and answer session, but just before I do, just to let you know what's happening, we're slightly ahead of time, which is great. We'll have our coffee break. After the coffee break, there are 2 breakout sessions, one to do with the economy and economics down here, one to do with community, which is upstairs. Then there is lunch, and then after lunch, we'll have what I hope will be a lively panel discussion. Q&A, the opportunity for you to ask questions, so please do start thinking about what you want to ask now and also in the panel session in the afternoon. So I was going to ask those who have made their presentation to come to the stage, and we'll start the Q&A. I think we've got 2 mics, one across, Hannah's got both of them, so just stick your hand up if you'd like to ask a question. Hannah will come to look for yourselves. Thank you. I'll try and be the outlook of Mr. Speaker, which is always short questions and short answers, if at all possible. Well, we'll see how we get on. I'll kick off. That's the privilege of the chair. And if I start with the Minister, if I may. Should government policy favour SMRs, or should it go for the larger build?
That's a good question, John. Firstly, let me just say once again, sort of more informally, how good it is to be here in the Northwest. Sort of ran through the history of nuclear, and Cumbria is at the heart of it. And really exciting developments coming down the track, and the Northwest will have a key role to play as we move forward and invest in SMR and gigawatt. And there's the answer. It's a combination. Because even if we deploy the number of small modular reactors that we, in our wildest dreams, could seek to deploy over the next coming decades, we'd still have a gap between what we could deploy and the 24 gigawatt target. So it'll be a combination, small modular reactors. And as I said, we're moving forward, the quickest country in the world that's ever run a process like this to get to a decision on which technologies the UK government's going to invest in and back, and large-scale gigawatt projects as well. So that's where we're headed. Sizewell, Hinkley, SMR, and whatever else comes next.
Okay, Professor.
Well, I agree, but you expect my...
Yeah, no,
how long before things get pushed forward? I mean, this SMR, I'm not promoting a particular variety of it, but this is a nuclear community that has a long history, and it's not just a place for decommissioning,
Yep.
however important. I think psychologically for this community in the north, to have an SMR development on the site close to where its history is an important fact from a psychological point of view, more so than many other places that deserve them and will get them eventually. So I think timing sometimes, Minister, is just as important as intent.
Yeah, I don't disagree. I mean, the siting process will run concurrently with the down selection process, and we're launching the down selection process officially on the 13th of July, so just a couple of weeks' time, so we'll have more to say then.
Yeah, thank you.
Alan, Rolls-Royce have received some government funding to support their development. Do you see the future being of nuclear supported by government funding, or do you think the private sector can fund it all?
As I said in my presentation, the size of the opportunity for the nuclear industry is huge, and it is growing all the time with net zero. For nuclear to be successful, it has to be far more commercially viable. We have to be able to have solutions that will readily attract private finance at good financing rates, so that the product becomes competitive in the market. So we certainly view a world where once we're at the drumbeat of manufacturing the product, and I keep using that term product because that's what our power plant is, it's a suite of modules which are products. Once we've got to the point where we're doing that on a repeatable basis and we've proven it, then we see absolutely no reason whatsoever why these are not just purely commercially financeable. That's our goal. That's where we want to get to.
Eldon, how do you see the future of financing nuclear?
Yeah, I'm with Alan there. I mean, obviously the price that's going to market is determined, and once upon a time it was governments that had to fund new nuclear, but now the private sector will step up and invest, certainly with the modern technologies that are there, because that investment on return can be seen. I think for me, we just have to be smarter in the way that we contract with industry. The Prof mentioned the French. They've got a very good way of building and getting stuff done when it's needed, and we just make a difficult time of it. So we have to look at the way that we put things out to market, work collectively, collaboratively together, and we might have a chance of getting this built.
Okay. Minister, you're the first nuclear minister.
Yeah, I made the mistake of introducing myself as the first minister at an event. I took some people by surprise. Things in Scotland haven't changed that much.
You got promotion ahead of you, so don't worry. You're the Minister for Nuclear, and obviously you're a great advocate for it, and you're certainly pursuing that agenda, which I think everybody is delighted about. However, you've got to deal with Treasury. And we all know the attitudes of Treasury. They want to make sure to look after the money. How do you perceive things within Treasury as against government supporting the industry directly or getting it financed by the private sector?
So it's going to be a combination. Because the private sector, private finance are going to want to know that the government's got the confidence in these new projects before they are ready to part with their cash and invest in. So there's going to be an element of public funding behind the new projects that we're driving forward, hence why we've got the competition right now, hence why we're a joint shareholder in the Sizewell C project. But I would say, compared to quite a lot of my colleagues, I've got quite an easy time of it when it comes to Treasury. We have got in the Prime Minister, who, by the way, is in no way apathetic when it comes to new nuclear programs and investing in new technology to drive our green, clean revolution. And in the Chancellor, two ministers who are so supportive of the nuclear industry and investment in it going forward. We've got a moment, right? We've got a moment where the stars are aligning. There is at long last a realization that energy security is one of the biggest threats to this country's prosperity moving forward. We've got the net zero agenda. You've got a country that for the first time in a very long time, in every nation and region, in every demographic and in every age group, sees nuclear as a net positive when it comes to resolving our energy goals. And you've got in the Prime Minister and the Chancellor two very distinguished the highest ministers you can get in the country who support nuclear projects moving forward, and you've got the first ever appointed nuclear minister. So I think for this industry, the stars are aligning in the right direction. Now, I've had very little compared to some of my colleagues to complain about with regard to my relationship with Treasury.
Great. Prof.
I can't talk about ministers, I can talk about officials.
That's funny, I can do the opposite.
Yeah. I know the Chancellor quite well because he's one of our neighbours. And I know that he and the Prime Minister, exactly what you said. Officials that I know in the Treasury are changing, so I'm being positive here. They're getting round to the notion that there needs to be public investment in this sector more than ever with private. I have noticed a change. There's a big gap even now between what the Green Book is saying and what happens in practice when a project comes forward. Some of the traditional thinking in the Treasury is still there. So I endorse what you say about the stars, but I say to them what I said to you earlier. Leadership, keeping ministers on top of what happens because you say that's a priority, becomes very important. Otherwise, you're led rather than leading. Okay, John?
Okay. Can we open up to the audience? We've got quite a few.
They're getting
I think Mark's going to.
They're very supportive, actually.
Please keep indicating if you want to ask, just so I can find for people.
I'm not sure if I can be cheeky and ask two, but I'll go for one and then see what kind of look you give me. So, Minister, welcome to Cumbria.
Thanks.
Really delighted to have you here. As a community, we've brought a solution to you that can get us running on the ground quickly for nuclear with the Solway Power Community Company. We usually come to you as a sector and say, we need this from you. What I'm asking you this morning is, what do you need from us to get this to happen?
Well, you won't be surprised to learn that one Trudy Harrison MP has already been fighting hard for Solway. In fact, actually, one of the last times, and it pains me to say this, it was quite so long ago, I was last in this neck of the woods, but when I was campaigning in a by-election to get Trudy elected. And I've also met with the Solway company and have looked at their proposals in depth. Obviously, as much as I would like to commit to something on this stage right now, I can't, obviously. But it is incredibly... Look, what is exciting is the dynamism, the innovation, and the excitement around the industry just now. In Solway are a number of different organisations, companies, innovators coming to the department saying, we've got these ideas, we want to go. Please just let us move ahead. And we're doing everything we can to ensure that can happen as quickly as possible as we move forward. But as I said, I think I've got the best job in government because you're right. There are those that are coming to the department and saying, we need X, Y, or Z, or can you get your checkbook out, please? But there are so many others that are saying almost the opposite. Just let us get ahead and start developing. So it's a very exciting place to be, and Solway are one of a number of organisations which, I'm very, very enthusiastic about.
So I'm going to challenge you because you didn't answer the question.
I thought you might not notice.
So my question to you, give us an action. Seriously, as a community, give us an action, something we can do that will help you. And if you can't answer it on the stage tonight, email us later through John, you know, but we are here and we are really, really keen to take action.
Yeah, I
So
know.
please give us an action at some point.
I know. Right, okay, I will write to you. And hopefully action will be coming soon. So.
Thanks very much.
I'm not going to get away with it.
I do understand.
So you don't need to, Diane. I'll follow up on that. We're at a race course, Minister. You've clearly backed GBN, which absolutely brilliant, and applaud you for the decision to push forward on nuclear. But the end game, as described, is that Treasury are not involved in this. So again, I'll ask the same question of Diane. With £6 billion worth of non-Treasury funded money, will you support what is already here to be delivered?
I can't say any more than I've said already, honestly. On this
Well,
stage,
you'll
but-
get a tone from the audience then, Minister.
Look, I get it, and I've had Solway in the office in London, and I've met with Trudy, and honestly, look, it is genuinely exciting, and of course, the fact that it doesn't need government funding is something that is very positive from our perspective. But I can't make any firm commitments here today, despite the fact that they have got an incredibly positive, exciting offer on the table.
And of all the other people that visit, check their checkbooks.
Right. There's...
Thanks. You're right, yeah. Tim touched last night in some depth, actually, on grid infrastructure cabling capacity. And I'd argue we're actually probably ahead of quite a lot of our European neighbours. Italy and Spain are just dreadful. So how do we solve that? We're going to tear up all the streets and add, it's roughly 5 times the current capacity, the power capacity to each set of cables into each community, and the time involved and the cost. There is another possibility, of course. I don't know what the panel think of. I've long called it the Internet of Power. Putting localized storage, and as battery technology is plummeting in price, you could almost put it on a street level or certainly a district level, where instead of us putting a cable in that can support X megawatts, we look at the average rather than the peak. And we actually put storage locally, which allows us then to drop these things in and supply much more rapidly. Does the panel have any feelings on that?
Start with Eldon on that one, mate.
Yeah, I mean, he raised good points. The grid is there from the coal plants of the past and fed the industrial sites, which we all know, and it's not fit for purpose for what it is now. Grid are investing quite a significant amount of infrastructure through Ofgem, both up in Scotland and feeding into the UK through National Grid. It's they've had to go. And they've had to go with their investment, and it's already out to market, and things are happening. But there are discussions taking place around local distribution networks, which Tim kind of touched on, in actually changing the whole concept of the way that the grid is formed, and actually doing more localized distribution, and then using the grid as the backup. And if you do go down to that route, then you do need battery storage to help keep those sustained networks fired up.
Craig, you were heavily involved with WIG when National Grid were looking to do their £3 billion investment, which would have been great if it ever happened. How do you feel about where we go and what the comments that Tim made last night?
Yeah, I mean, I'd reiterate what Eldon said, is that, you know, Grid are looking at this already. We know there's an issue. We know that where we have sort of pockets of larger development, the grid infrastructure isn't going to cope with it, as it wouldn't have coped with the new development here, so we needed to do something. The point that the gentleman in the audience made is similar to the energy solution. There's a range of solutions. There isn't a one-size-fits-all. We have to upgrade, and we have to be agile in how we use the latest technology available to make it fit for purpose of what our future needs are. And what I would add is it sort of fits into the earlier conversation, and I think the challenge that the Minister is going to regularly get from this audience is that the agility comes from taking the grit out of the decision-making system. We have to be better at making decisions on a smarter, quicker basis.
Absolutely. Minister, you're not just the Minister for Nuclear, you're also the Minister for Networks.
Yeah. So obviously, when I got given the job, the Prime Minister didn't think I was busy enough with, re-establishing the UK's nuclear industry. I've been given networks as well, which is the grid, which is the biggest challenge we face. Frankly, I think as a government, as a country, the biggest challenge we face to reaching our net zero goals and becoming more energy secure over the next 10 years is the sheer scale of investment that is required in upgrading our grid infrastructure across the country. Right now, you've got projects, be they solar farms, offshore wind farms, onshore wind farms, hydrogen projects, nuclear projects coming down the stream that are getting given connection dates of 7, 8, 9, 10 years onto the grid. That's not acceptable. And if we continue at this pace, we're never going to reach our targets to decarbonise our energy base load. So what we've got to do is invest at pace. Now, since I've come into the job, we have had Nick Windsor, a very able guy, former CEO of National Grid. He's done an independent report into how we have connection times. We've got SSEN, Scottish Power, other people moving at pace to build the infrastructure that we need. We've got investment in battery storage and looking at other solutions as opposed to just building cables and pylons and substations. And we're bringing a lot more on stream as well. Ofgem have just published a report. But we cannot do any of this without community buy-in. We've got to take communities with us, which is why the whole community benefits package is so important. Because if you're going to be disrupting the lives of communities across the country who are having to host this critical national infrastructure that we do need to build, like absolutely need to build, they're going to have to be compensated in some way or another, and that compensation has to be meaningful. So again, launched a couple of months after I got the job, community benefits consultation. That is closed just now. We're looking at the responses to that, and we'll come forward with a significant announcement later on this year as to how we can compensate those communities that are hosting new pylons, new substations, new infrastructure, new battery storage facilities. Get it? Because we need to crack this. So if we don't crack it, then we don't meet any of our other targets. And right now, we're not on course right now, but we will be, and we're doing a lot of work to make sure we are.
Okay. Any questions? Lady there.
Taking a slightly different tact on this one. We've heard earlier about diversity and inclusion and promoting the young generation through into nuclear. Looking at the panel, it's clearly evident it's still very male, white, and of a certain demographic, shall we say. And a really prevalent point that Fiona Raymond mentioned at Women in Nuclear was she questions every panel that she sits on now and every speaking event that she goes to. Is there representation? And I'd put it out to you all, are you clearly doing that? And are we doing that as an industry within the conference scene? I don't think we are at the moment, but want to take away as an action.
A good question. I'll ask the youngest member of the panel, Professor.
We certainly are in YGN, because everything we do in terms of the work and representations, if you look at the proportion of people that are non-white, male, old, quite high. Women in nuclear I'm not aware of, but I know Ivan's very much heavily involved there. I go to women's events because I actually wrote the Equal Pay Act. That did a lot for 40 or 50% of the working population. What I can say is amongst the younger generation, and younger, Andrew, isn't young, we're talking 25 to 40, hence my invitation for you to join.
Thanks very much.
The problem is working its way through, possibly not fast enough. And certainly when I retire, I will be delighted to come here next year or the year after and not take part, other than being out there and listening. So it's a good point, but there is a lot of progress. You've seen it, and in some quarters more than others. And many of the managers here, I know, have started to take it on board. Possibly not fast enough or quickly enough, but the pendulum is moving. Yeah?
I think it's a very valid question, and Craig, your organisation is trying to bring on the next generation. Just be interested in your observation.
Yeah, and the comment is, you look at the panel, it's indefensible. We shouldn't have the demographic that we've got on panels like this. It should be more mixed. I noticed it when I was sat there with Amy, and I said to her, would you like to go on the panel instead of me? and just cross them out and go, because it would have sat better. I think that question would have been easier answered. Amy spoke this morning as well as I did, and so as a minimum we should have 6 up here. And the observation, you know, and that's not a criticism of anybody here, it's a recognition that we haven't got it right across every area. We've done a lot of work in nuclear, we've done a lot of work across a lot of businesses, but there's still a lot of work to do. And having you know, mixed demographic panels, having mixed demographic interview panels when you recruit people, all of those things are fundamental in sending out the message that equality matters in bringing the best people into our industry.
Can I just say very quickly, I came into this job in February. Since February, some of the most inspiring people I've met, through apprentices to senior officials in the department to senior industry representatives, some of the most inspiring have been women in this industry, genuinely, and the most impressive. I was at Hartlepool in March when EDF announced that they were going to be extending the life of the Hartlepool plant. You know, when that plant was built, they didn't even have a women's toilet on site. And yet, when I went there, I met 3 out of the 6 apprentices that were there were women. And I think the industry is very much moving in the right direction. They certainly have a long way to go, as do so many comparable industries. I wouldn't do yourselves down as a sector. Every sector is grappling with this. I'm from Aberdeen. The oil and gas sector is in exactly the same place. But it is getting better, and there's a lot of work. And it comes down to us as well. We need to, as a government, encourage more young women into STEM subjects at school, college and university, so they can get enthused by the opportunities that are available to them in the nuclear industry and indeed other sectors that require those specialisations. We are getting much better.
Alan and Eldon, you're both commercial organisations. What's the mix in your businesses?
It can always be better. We do monitor it, and it starts with what we do with the school liaison type activity we do, because we've got to attract people. We don't get diversity amongst the workforce without making the workforce attractive to a whole diverse range of people, and that means we've got to start by the way we represent ourselves. I look at the audience, aside from the panel, and observations of that are pretty clear, but I look at the audience and contrast it with 20 years ago, when I started in the nuclear industry, and then it was pretty much all male in an event like this. So things have moved on a long way, but of course they can go further. I think the interesting thing we're finding right now is we don't market ourselves any longer as a nuclear business. We're a clean energy business, and actually pitching ourselves on the basis of we're clean energy and we're part of the net zero transition, etc., etc. It does spark the interest of a much greater diverse population. Whereas if we pitching ourselves as nuclear business, we tend to be the focal point of physics students and stuff like that. Whereas actually there's a whole raft, a range of different capabilities and skills we need across the industry.
Yeah, I gave a speech to Women in Nuclear last year on that very subject, where nuclear have got a defined sort of title that brings the demographic. So as construction, everyone thinks of scaffolders and bricklayers. Well, you know, we've got gamers, we've got supply chain, commercial people. 50% of what we do isn't laying bricks. So we've got to change the way that people view our industry. And again, just to support that point, that whilst this doesn't look amazing, last week I was at the Advanced Modular Reactor, one of the hottest conferences I've ever been to. It was like 35 degrees underneath Concorde for those that were there. But there was 4 senior people, all women, representing the Advanced Modular Reactors on the panel, and they rocked it, and it was great, and it was wonderful to see. So a complete contrast to what you see, so things are changing.
Thank you. Gentleman there.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Mark. Bill Roberts from GMET Group. We have an advanced nuclear reactor we're building in Workington, 250 people we employ there. We have only commercial operations, 100% privately funded. The question is our reactors are really 35 megawatts for industrial applications. The 2 things we struggle with isn't government funding. It's getting the license for those industrial sites to have a compact nuclear reactor on it. And the second, it's making sure there's a fuel supply line for the advanced nuclear fuels that we're wanting to use. Because we won't solve energy security if all we do is rely on foreign reactors and import fuel for them. So really the question what can be done to help license industrial sites for small compact nuclear reactors such as the one we make, and also what can be done for the advanced fuel lines to make sure the advanced fuels are being manufactured and produced in the UK. Thank you.
Craig, you've very much been involved in this sort of professional side. How would you respond to that?
I think Tim covered some of this last night. It's the systems thinking. It isn't doing things in isolation. And you know, the other points that we've made about making decisions quickly that enable that systems thinking to take place. Let's have a plan, let's consider what we need to do, and then build the infrastructure around it. You know, we need the fuel cycle, we need the fuel, we need the infrastructure. So let's build a programme that incorporates all of those things. And Tim covered that last night.
Yeah. Minister, from a ministerial perspective, how do we speed things up? How do we ensure that it happens quickly?
Yeah, so it needs to, which is why running concurrently with the small modular reactor ROD, I'll just call it a competition because the rest is just such a mouthful. The competition is not an investigation, but looking at the process of licensing sites for new nuclear projects. So that is running concurrently with the competition on small modular reactors. So that will be there will be news on that in the near future. We do need to move quicker, and on fuels, we're actually doing quite a lot already to examine how we can ensure a secure fuel supply, domestic, less reliant on hostile actors. Because if all we do is replace reliance on Russian oil and gas with Russian uranium, we're not exactly moving very far into a secure energy future. So completely get where you're coming from. We are taking action on all of these points as we speak, because they're vital questions in terms of where we move next.
There's a question from across there. No, Anna, that way.
Hi, so I know we've touched on collaboration and diversity. My question is around how are we collaborating with other countries and other sectors to help diversify our skill set and our knowledge share and lessons learned to help us reach our target by 2050.
Alan, you were talking about Rolls-Royce and their role. How do you see this?
Yeah, we're cooperating a huge amount with other countries, but, well, of course, those that are looking to build SMRs. But the cooperation is a number of levels as well. Firstly, there is cooperation at supply chain level. And the reason for that is, as I said earlier, our challenge is scaling up. And how do we scale up the supply chain and therefore build the capacity that we need, not just for the UK, but for the other markets we're looking at? We see the supply chain cooperation, and it is about cooperation, as a really important aspect to that. And what we mean is we'll have suppliers here in the UK. We want them to be sharing experiences with equivalent suppliers that we may want to bring on board to our programme in Central Europe, wherever it may be. We want to create those cooperations at all levels in the supply chain, because it's not just about developing opportunity in SMR. Those relationships can develop opportunities for the supply chains on a broader industrial basis. We've seen that in our other industrial applications, and we'll replicate it in nuclear. And then the other aspect we're doing a lot on at the moment is regulatory cooperation. This is really, really important, particularly from an SMR perspective, where we do not want to be reinventing the wheel every time we go to another country. Now, to be honest, I'm really pleased to say that I think the UK has taken a real lead on this. We hear a lot in the news about the US doing stuff, and of course they're very vocal about what they do, and they like to throw money around at lots of stuff. But actually what we're doing is more meaningful. We're already we're leading the way in bringing a group of international regulators on how they can cooperate on licensing SMRs. Mm-hmm. And they're all leaning in really heavily to the ONR to understand how the ONR is running the GDA process. They're actually starting to sit in some of the ONR reviews of our power plant as we're moving through the GDA. And that's pretty unheard of. But the UK's really been pushing that, and now we're starting to see the response. So whilst we're less vocal on it, we're probably doing a lot more meaningful stuff.
Eldon, your topic this morning was collaboration. Do you see international collaboration?
Well, I'd actually look more close to home than international. Just we don't collaborate and use some of the wider industry improvements in the nuclear sector. We do innovation in nuclear. There's some fantastic bespoke innovation things, but they are bespoke. When you look at things such as modern methods of construction that have happened in the rail, road, construction industry, hospitals, schools, prisons, whatever it is, we just don't use those kind of techniques, with the exception of the modular stuff that's coming through, which is what we need to promote, which then helps with production. Give a minor example again with things like the regulator. Down at Hinckley, to operate one of those 56 tower cranes, you need 8 people. Down in London, if we're building a residential block, you need 3. Why? What's different? It's not a nuclear site we're working on, it's an enclave within a nuclear site, but why are we doing that? And then you multiply that by 56 tower cranes, and then all the structures that we're building and all the things, and that's why you need 10,000 people, whereas actually you probably only need 2. So they're the things and challenges that I think we need to really push on.
Craig, you're an international organisation, so a lot of collaboration.
Yeah, I mean, we work in the nuclear sector, particularly in North America, although I pick up the point that Alan said on the regulatory cooperation, I think we're pretty good as a sector compared to a lot of the other sectors that I'm aware of. But from a technology perspective, it does feel that things are being done in isolation and in competition when it can be accelerated by having more collaboration. And I'm nowhere near as close to it as Alan is, but that sort of perception as being part of the supply chain, that it's different demands from different technologies, says to me that we could be doing something better. And the nuclear industry, I think, does well in collaboration in terms of how we work together as the end customer and the supply chain. I think we've cracked a lot of that. John was a driving force in that many years ago, and we've got better as an industry. But the point that Elder made, that we don't learn from the other industries quickly enough, and we still have constraints in the way that we operate because of the safety case issues in nuclear. We can do things smarter. So, my take on it would be we do some things really well and some things we could do a lot better.
Yeah. Minister, from a government perspective, are we in competition or do we collaborate?
No, it's a bit of both, really. I was in France a couple of weeks, no, more than a couple of weeks ago now, at a convention of nuclear countries, 15 nations plus the European Commission. It was quite interesting, actually. As an aside, it was quite clear that what was being done there was that the UK had been invited along as a non-EU nation to hammer the Germans into the French way of thinking on nuclear. So that was quite an interesting environment to be sitting in. But on a serious point, they went around the room. Every minister representing the various nations represented there had a few minutes to speak. And we all face the same challenges. We've all decided, because of all the reasons we've spoken about, to reinvest or to restart our domestic nuclear industries. That means that we're in competition for finite resources, and that we all have, because most countries out there, with the exception being France, have underinvested in their nuclear sector for such a long time, huge pressure in terms of skilled workforce. So we're going to have to collaborate, we're going to have to work together because we have shared goals here, which is why I was so happy to be involved in that discussion and why we'll be working closer together moving forward. I was in Stockholm just 2 weeks ago discussing this very issue, how we can work together to build up a skilled workforce, pan-continent, to ensure that we learn from other nations. But of course, we're going to be in competition with it as well. The French are going to build 14 new nuclear reactors in the next few decades. 14, with the possibility of going up to 20. Right? So, I mean, that puts our plans, as ambitious as they are, into some perspective, which means we're going to have to be fighting tooth and nail for the resources. But in terms of skills, that's where we can learn from each other, and that's where I think that the greatest collaboration between these countries that are embarking again on their nuclear future can do well. And actually, what's very interesting when it comes to countries who are for the first time, or for the first time in a very long time investing in nuclear, they're looking to us to lead the way. They're looking to us for the answers, us for the solutions, us to how do we build up the skilled workforce? What do we have to do? And it's the UK to who they're looking. So yeah, it's challenging, but again, it's an exciting moment. I'd much rather be grappling with these challenges than some of the challenges facing some other sectors at the minute.
Professor, you started partnership working many years ago.
Yes, the point I'd like to make on that is that, I'm sorry to do this again, but Young Generation Network are already leading the way. There are young people in other countries who formed organizations like ours who are reaching out to us, and they want to be part of something wider. The World University of Nuclear University is going to change its title, because and when we go to those conventions, 30–40% are women, and they come from countries that are not in the countries you met. These are developing countries who also have security problems in energy. And the Japanese figure highly because they're trying to break out of their controls that back in their own companies. So the Southeast Asian community of nuclear and nuclear potential countries are actually looking to YGN for how they can get younger people involved because of the skills problem. So I think actually we've got a lot to offer, and through that opportunities for collaboration and action with them. So I think there's a lot going on there below the surface, Andrew, which is positive.
Yeah, thank you. Time marches on, so I've got a final question to my colleague, Trudy.
Yeah.
Great work, Mark. Great work.
Teamwork here, teamwork.
Sorry, Andrew, to do this to you.
Oh, here we
this
go.
is absolutely at
Yes,
you.
Minister.
And I am delighted with what you've said today, that you are in the position you're in, and with all the policies that we've made over the last few months in particular. That said, to solve the Treasury dilemma, Q Paul from Solway Power Company, and to solve the grid problem, Q the off-takes, that we would really like to be in a position to, make the most of, powering the electrolyzers to produce the hydrogen for the transport network, thinking about the sustainable aviation fuel, thinking about how we can put clean fuel into the NDA trains and the NDA ships. You talk about bringing communities with us. My community is determined, if not despairing, at the lack of progress to secure new nuclear on NDA-owned land adjacent to Sellafield. So the ask is, what is the harm in signing a memorandum of intent before the 13th of July? Because the moment you do that, Rolls-Royce, Morgan Sindall, Tetra Tech and Young Generation Network, everybody in this room and the other 27,000 people in Cumbria kicks into action, thinking about all those challenges, takes the point from the Prof about taking action in our community, and then you'll be able to answer Diane's question. What's the harm? And if you can't answer that, please bounce that back to officials, because I think the gains far outweigh any harm.
Well, Trudy,
It wasn't a set-up, Minister. I'm sorry.
I don't believe that for a minute. I won't only just bounce it back to officials. I have had meetings on this with officials this week, Trudy. So I am already in discussion about whether or not we can make this happen. I genuinely did very much get excited by the meeting that I had with Solway in the department a few weeks ago, and I always like meeting with you and discussing this stuff. So I've already discussed this with the NDA and with officials.
Great, thank you very much, and great thank you to the panel for answering the questions. That brings the end of this morning's session. Coffee break now. Those who are going to the economic panel, please come back here. Those for the community, it's upstairs, it's on the back of your passes. And then there's lunch, and then the afternoon session will be in this room where we have the final panel discussion. But a big thank you to the panel.
session on catalyst for economic development, nuclear. And I'm Mark Jenkinson. I've been Member of Parliament for Workington since 2019. Immediately prior to that, I worked in the nuclear supply chain. So immediately prior, in fact, that 5 minutes after the announcement of my election, I was on site in Sellafield clearing my desk, telling them I wouldn't be back. So I'm joined by Diane Richardson, who's CEO of Britain's Energy Coast Business Cluster, who speak for the supply chain, and Irini Etamu, who is the got this written down, Head of Corporate Sustainability and Supply Chain Development and Solutions for Sellafield. I'm delighted to be here for the region's third nuclear conference. Great to see so many high-profile speakers, the Minister, the Prime Minister lending his support at the start. And I pay credit to my friend and colleague John Stevenson for organising, for leading the charge when he was at times when he was a lone voice. So I started in local industry as a British Steel apprentice and recognise the benefits of industry and the skills that we have here locally. So that was back in the time when we still had quite a bit of industry across the area that we have sadly lost. But one thing remains, and that is nuclear as a mainstay of our local economy, particularly in West Cumbria, and has been for more than 60 years. To date, it's provided around 20% of the UK's electricity needs. As we heard from the Minister, the first nuclear power station down the road at Calder Hall played its part, and nuclear once again is set to play a major role in our local economy, I hope, and we'll hear more about that this afternoon. We've got to recognise while renewables will provide a large proportion of the UK's carbon-free power by 2050, they can't supply all our energy needs. We need something for when the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow. Reliable low-carbon power sources such as nuclear are needed to give us a low-cost, reliable source of nuclear energy. And just on that low-cost piece, we've just and so got offshore wind coming down the track in a few years at about £40 a megawatt hour. The current nuclear fleet has generated a £45 a megawatt hour for some length of time. So I think it's important to put that in some context, particularly with average power prices being at near £100 a megawatt hour. Nuclear power also provides, we're having lots of discussions around land use. We've got to recognise that nuclear provides the highest density power generation per unit of land. So new nuclear is vital to West Cumbria, I think, in our ongoing efforts to increase UK self-sufficiency and reduce dependence on fossil fuels. And I hope that West Cumbria will continue to be a centre for excellence in the civil nuclear sector, lead the way, building on the decades of experience that we have. And I'm delighted to see so many local supply chains, many of you represent them today, readying themselves to be well placed to maximise the opportunities that will be presented. We've heard a lot about Solway Community Power, which would be great news if we can get it over the. I thought the Minister was quite positive within what he could say. So I think we're on the cusp. We've said this for a while. We're on the cusp of a nuclear renaissance, but I think we are just about to get out the blocks, which comes against a background of staunch support from Westminster. Trudy, Virginia Crosby, the Atomic Kittens, as they're known in Westminster, leading the charge. And I do what I can to help. And interestingly, it was in 2007, Tony Blair said at his last conference as leader of the Labour Party that 10 years ago, I parked the issue of nuclear power. Today, I believe without it, we're going to face an energy crisis, and we can't let that happen. It was too late for them. We were too slow when we took over. Only approving Hinkley C amid much opposition, everyone being too willing, although maybe not saying it publicly, too willing to be reliant on imported energy. But now we see not just warm words, but commitment on investment. Again, investment in the continued development of Sizewell C, Nuclear Energy Financing Act opening up billions of pounds, and the energy bill removing key obstacles. So as interesting as both of the panellists alongside me are, and we're making up for some of the gender imbalance this morning by having another gender imbalanced panel, it'll be a long hour if the three of us just preach from here. So please, let's make it a fully interactive discussion. Have your questions ready. I'm going to hand over now first to Diane to set out her stall on nuclear as a catalyst for economic development.
So, morning everyone. As Mark said, I'm Diane Richardson, CEO of Britain's Energy Coast Business Cluster. Who's heard of Britain's Energy Coast Business Cluster in the room? Pop your hand up. Right, so I'm going to do a very brief for those that didn't put their hands up. We are a membership organisation born out of the Sellafield supply chain. 60% traditional nuclear companies, 40% other. We are incredibly diverse. From NDA to the one-person photographer who lives down the road from me, we have a community that is built around the nuclear industry and the wider clean energy industry. For me, if you look at some of the other clean energies, they don't have the same ability to deliver change in our communities and positive change. Have we always got that right in the past? I don't think we have. I think we've wasted some opportunities, but the thinking we have now in Cumberland and the way that I see us all as organisations working collaboratively together, I think the ability to pick up on new nuclear added into the decommissioning at Sellafield, which remains important to the supply chain, the ability to pick all that up and really use it as a positive change for our communities is something that we cannot waste. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. And Irini Etimu of Sellafield.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Okay, perfect. Thank you. First of all, that was a shocking notice period that you gave to Sellafield when you were packing your things, and I hope that we covered the gap. Thank you for serving the community, but Sellafield-wise, a notice period, that was shocking. So, good morning again. I'm Irini Etimu, and I'm the Head of Corporate Sustainability and Supply Chain Development for Sellafield. As some in this room know, I do not have a nuclear background, and I am not from Cumbria. However, I have a personal and professional interest in responsible business and ethical and sustainable supply chains. So one of the reasons that I joined Sellafield almost 2 years ago, and the reason I'm joining, and I feel privileged that I'm joining this conference today and this discussion, is because we have something in common. We care. And at Sellafield, we have shared that our purpose has changed from being a company centered on reprocessing operations to one that is focused on creating a clean and safe environment for the future generations. So considering the subject of this discussion, nuclear catalyst for the economic development, I believe that if we want to discuss and have a genuine economic development, we need to consider a sustainable development, ensuring socioeconomic and environmental being and well-being of present and future generations. But this requires an open collaboration and shared intelligence among all parties involved, companies, communities, supply chain, academia, industry experts, where all have their share of contribution and accountability to the relationship, working together for the greater good. And caring, because sustainability is about caring, needs to be structured and measurable in order to be meaningful and effective. Thank you very much for having me today, and I'm looking forward to the discussion.
Thank you. So while you ready your questions, I'm going to take Chair's prerogative and ask the first one. And I think I'll start with Diane at my left. How do we maximise the opportunities ahead of us to ensure the workforce of the future is ready for the challenges?
So I think anybody that's worked around Sellafield has an understanding that there was a period of time where nuclear was, we didn't really like to talk about it, did we? We weren't really that proud of it. And for a period of time, we did not invest in our future skills. And that is why we are where we are now, where we're struggling to get those skills. We cannot leave the same legacy for the workforce in 20 years' time. We've got a responsibility to make sure that we are bringing through young people. Now, at Beck BC, we have an amazing shadow board. They're absolutely fantastic. And we are investing in the future by really giving them development opportunities and connections and building up their contact base in order to let them see what this industry can hold for them in the future. So I think that piece around us as senior leadership people thinking, if I'm going into a room, can I take somebody from early careers in with me and give them that opportunity? So I was delighted at dinner last night, for example, so NRL are in the audience there, and they brought along with them one of our shadow board members, sitting at the table with them, Oliver. I saw on Tetra Tech, we saw another, Morgan Cinder, we saw another of our shadow board members. On Tetra Tech, we saw one of our recent shadow board members. So I could see that them having been there on the shadow board had given them opportunities within their companies, and they were being brought into the room. So we've got the standard, the kind of technical stuff like apprenticeships, and we need to be investing in those. But I see that all the time. We need to do the other piece as well. We need to do the bit about relationships and building up contact bases. Because if you think about your career, I've never met anybody who didn't benefit from building up a contact base. It makes a huge difference. So in meeting the challenge that was put out this morning about young people, I'm going to do a bit of a plug. I apologise, Mark, but our shadow board are running our meeting in September. They're going to set the agenda, they're going to run it, they are completely responsible for it. So I'm asking you in the room now, either yourself or a senior leader from your company, come along to that meeting and bring with you somebody early careers that does not look like you. And let's make sure that room looks really, really great for that conversation. Now, when you do stuff like that, it makes a difference for our future skills. It really does. It builds us a better workforce.
Thanks, Diane. So, Irene, sustainability, supply chain development, how do we maximise those opportunities and ensure the workforce is ready?
So I have some thought as Diane was talking, and there are three elements here. The one is the development of the supply chain, obviously, that will not only cover what are the products and services we need, but also what type of skill set we will need. So we need to ensure that we have this gap analysis, what we have, what we need, and how we cover this. The second element is the innovation. So having being open-minded and embracing innovation, that innovation is not only the technology, it could be the business model, it could be the management as well, innovation, it could be the process. But predominantly from the technology, this will generate also new skill set, and this will attract and retain talents as well. But we discussed apprentices, and I have a very specific and a bit, let's say, it's not, I keep asking our partners for these. We see responses that we will engage 19 apprentices, for example, in a 15 years contract. I don't see what happens with these lives, with the lives of these apprentices, what is their progression, what is the pipeline. Show us that it's not just a tick box exercise and we all put apprentices in the tenders. Show us exactly what will happen with these people. So let's not just use apprentices or next generation because it is easy to use and let's say, we believe that this is the right thing to be done. I would like to see more and more specific. So I would definitely embrace what Diana said, because we did something similar with a special event, Women in Nuclear, where we invited these apprentices to have the presentations, to discuss with us, and we want them to be active part of members of what we are doing in the interaction with the supply chains.
So you alluded to sort of apprentices in tenders. That is something that Sellafield in recent years is embedding in everything. No doubt as part of your role as of supply chain development. That's something that Sellafield is making sure is embedded in all of those contracts.
Yes, absolutely.
We've got some very specific challenges in some areas of my constituency of Workington, no doubt of Carlisle, and of Copeland. do we give any, so I think, you know, the low-hanging fruit, apprentices, women, more diversity, do we give any thought to diversity of background, those people who perhaps are third, fourth generation workless families?
Absolutely, and I believe that we are very vocal at Sellafield about not only being supporters, but actively ensuring that we will have the diversified supply chains. We are not very happy, and I think that I'm very, very vocal when the audience in our supply chain events, and Diane is smiling because he knows. No, we're not there as audience on who will join, but we keep pushing and ensuring that the agenda is priority, the equality and diversity agenda is priority.
Super, thank you. Right, I'm going to open up some questions from the floor. I don't have, we've got microphones. I didn't think I had microphones. I thought it was going to be best outdoor voices. So just if you signal if you want to ask a question, and when you do ask a question, sort of let me know who you are, who your question is directed to. Have we got anyone to set off? Paul at the front was the first with his hand up.
That was quick, Paul.
It was quick.
Thank you. I think
just let us know who you are first, Paul, in case some people don't know.
Paul Foster, former steel worker, erstwhile nuclear worker at Solvay Community Power. It really comes back to your comment about the inequality and everything, Mark, and the institutional have-nots. And it comes back to kind of the headline, the catalyst for economic development. Who can come up with a vision for what economic development we want to achieve? Because you're right, the nuclear is a catalyst, but what you achieve from it's got to be enabled and established and set up. Because new nuclear won't look the same as old nuclear. The type of work is going to be different. It's a different approach. We've got to make it inclusive at source rather than nudging a historically non-inclusive to a middle point. We've got the opportunity to create that from scratch. But we've got to do that by knowing that there's a vision for the region to take advantage of warm water for regional heating systems, to taking advantage of creating educational establishments that you can export skills and embrace things like immersive technology to be able to do that from here and export it around. So it's about who comes up with the visions that allows then the nuclear projects to tuck into and enable. Otherwise, there's a danger of the value of that economic activity not being fully realised, and it's solely being jobs on the site. It's about how do you track the inward investment, how do you use some of the benefits, how do you lift up the standards all around you. So I think it's a question for all of you as to how do we create that vision as a region so that the catalyst can be directed rather than it happen, and we hope we capture it.
So I think, I'll start on that one, and I'm tempted, I am very tempted as both as a politician, as someone, I was deputy leader of Allendale Council before I went into Westminster as well. I'm very tempted to say not to look to government or local government to do that. But however, that is very flippant because they've got a significant role. We've been very good at talking a lot about how we do that and not actually putting it into practice. And I think I've probably said this when Diane's been there previously. I've made that thing. But there are lots of the groups like the Business Cluster, like the Invest in Cumbria Alliance, all of these groups trying to do very similar things. And what we need to do, if there is anyone from the council in this room, is make sure. I thought I saw a face before.
It's trying to hide, but I can see him.
Yes, we need to ensure that we're all having these conversations together, not in our own silos, not business looking at it from one perspective, not the third sector looking at it from another. That everyone is singing from the same hymn sheet and making sure that we do capitalise, because we have missed opportunities in the past. I think it's fair to say, and we're all guilty. Probably everyone in this room, or every company represented in this room, every council and politician, all guilty of missing opportunities. So I think but you're right, we're on the cusp, I think, of something really great for West Cumbria, and we just need to make sure that we maximise the opportunities. Irene, do you have any thoughts on that one?
I have a thought as a personal principle, not necessarily. Sorry, Matt, where's he? Sorry, I need to say this. I believe that the vision of what happens in an area is not, it does not need to be driven only from a council or from a government. So the council or the government represents what the vision of the citizens is for their lives. So I believe that to this collective responsibility on what type of life we want to have, and we ensure that we make and take all these actions needed to improve and develop things in our smaller circle, but at the same time have this responsibility to ensure that the ones that represent us reflect this vision, and they will make this happen for all of us collectively. Now, if we have key factors within a community, the cluster, the councils, big business players, they have the responsibility, but all these businesses and the clusters are consisted from people that live in the area. So it's not so that somebody will impose the vision. The vision should reflect everyone, isn't it? Thank you.
Diane?
So I don't know if anybody in the room has read a book called Poverty Safari. If you haven't, I would highly recommend it, because when I used to work in social impact on PPP and previously on another Sellafield project. And I read Poverty Safari, and it literally made me stop in my tracks and really think about how we were working, because it was talking about how well-meaning middle-class people would parachute into an area and kind of impose a solution. And let's be honest, those of us in the room today have a voice. We are heard. We are absolutely heard. There are people in our community that do not get heard. And how we give them a voice, I think, is incredibly important. So I know Cumberland have set up some community groups that are slightly different. Darren, I'm kind of looking at you to see whether you might want to say a word on those community groups, because I think how we get those working with business and how we get it working, you know, in a collaborative piece could be really quite interesting. So do you want to explain how those work? The microphone's coming to you now.
There's a microphone here, Darren. We've planned it already.
Yep. I hope you can hear me through that. I suppose a couple of things. First of all, just back to Paul's point. The local government family, and in particular Cumberland, are here to convene really around economic strategy and lead. So the politicians' responsibility at Cumberland Council, alongside Mark, alongside other MPs, that's the leadership role. We as officers, we're here to convene. We're not here trying to push any particular officer-led approach to that. So we really wish to do that, and I think it's really great to hear some of the comments on the platform. In terms of Cumberland Council's approach to engagement, we've got 8 community panels, and they cover the whole of Cumberland now. They've all had one meeting. They comprise of members. They're just the members for the wards in those panels. What is really going to be liberating for those panels, though, is a backup group, a support group for that, which we're still working on. And they will form a kind of neighbourhood approach, if you like. So we would like to get business alongside community leaders and others to really get to grips with what people need to tell us in those areas, you know, what is needed and how can we collectively support. We will then be able to, I think, plug into the type of system you're talking about, Diane, the economic system, if you like. We'll be able to plug some of that local engagement in. Our politicians have got particular views about all of that in terms of social value, in terms of community wealth building, in terms of social mobility. That's where the political debate comes in, isn't it, to work through those issues and to try and get some sort of consensus. But that's the kind of building blocks of Cumberland Council's engagement work through those panels. That will take a bit of time. And we are absolutely well aware of the pitfalls of them just becoming talking shops or just becoming the usual kind of interaction on small grants and that kind of stuff. So we're alive to that. And we are, I think, taking something of a risk to try and say that there won't be like that. We'll do it differently. So I hope that helps, Diane, and happy to talk to anybody over lunch about any of those things.
Thanks, Stephen. I think that was really useful to get the council's perspective, and I think we all look forward to seeing these panels and how they progress, because it is difficult to speak for people. It's how you get, I think someone alluded to it, for how do you get those people involved to speak for themselves. I think it is really important. There was a few hands went up before, so if you just want to indicate again. So Ian, over here, and I'll come over this side to Bill.
Thank you very much. Yeah, so Ian Wheeler from the Cumbria Local Enterprise Partnership. I'd ask the panel, do you think we're fixated about the front end of the nuclear project, just the building of a nuclear power station for the sake of it? So the title, Catalyst for Economic Development, is the real prize, the back end, the clean energy we get out of it, and how do we develop economic opportunities for that? And do you think we're just, we had talk this morning about SMRs, which will be built in factories, which may or may not be in Cumbria. The construction effort will be relatively small compared to Hinkley Point, and I don't know how many operators an SMR will employ, but it won't be that many. So do we need to think more about the output rather than the input?
Yeah, so I think, cheaper energy, reliable energy is a heck of a product to be taking out on the market at the moment, isn't it? It's in much demand, and if you look at some of the things that we could attract as inward investment that will take what is a nuclear plant at the front end of it and actually take that energy and attract in things like data centres or, some really exciting kinds of technologies that are coming through. You look at how you get hydrogen around nuclear, all of that. It actually could get so big you'd struggle to get your head around it, I think. So I think sometimes we can get a little bit fixated on that nuclear power station, but that is the first step. But we need to be making sure we're planning for what comes around it, and we get a lot more than that for Cumbria. The supply chain are sitting here with skills that are in demand, with experience that delivers incredibly high quality due to the standards at Sellafield, and being able to sell out that capability alongside the energy, I think it's a huge opportunity. But yeah, we are in danger sometimes, I think, of doing just what you're saying, but we've got to keep challenging ourselves and challenging each other. So I'm just going to take 1 second to challenge Mark to make sure that the next question he calls on a woman, because we did have a couple of women put their hands up, so yes. I'm just going to leave that there, Mark.
It wasn't deliberate.
No, I know
it was the order I saw them in, but if I want to pick up on something Paul alluded to before, district heating. I have a real interest in this. I was out in Sweden a couple of months ago, looking at what they're doing on bioenergy, carbon capture and storage, and their embedded district heating systems. And we've a project in West Cumbria, hopefully to prick Dan's ears up again. We have a project in Workington that we've spoken about for such a long time. But every time someone picks it up, it gets bigger and bigger and bigger, to the point where nobody wants to actually deliver it in the end. And a lot of the only way we're going to control, which we hear a lot about nuclear not being the output from nuclear not necessarily being able to be controlled and varied. Well, actually, we can control the output if we've got somewhere else to send the heat or to do something else with the heat, whether it's or even the power through electrolyzers and things for hydrogen. So there is the wider, when you hear about something like Paul's project, the wider benefits of who wants to set up around them to obtain the benefits, whether it's hydrogen, heat or electricity, I think is the bigger prize, Ian, for our communities. It's about creating those. It's not about Sellafield out on a limb on its own with a little reactor on the side of it. It's about who wants to fill all the gap around it as well.
And how we use that for the housing estates as well, and
fuel
poverty in our area.
Yeah, absolutely.
But let's remember as well that the clean energy is also an equation with so many factors that continuously change. So there are so many variances, and every time that we say that, okay, let's, it is now, we want to ensure that we will identify the best energy efficiencies and reduce our footprint. But at the same time, we say, is it hydrogen the best solution? Now we're discussing about, okay, electricity and what we're going to do with electricity and hydrogen and steam generation. So every time is something else, but I believe that it is very, very important to ensure that we will put in place the best way that, and the best practice and principles that we have in our hands as we are ensuring that we are part of these discussions in order to make things happen for the future.
Super, thank you. So I can't go to Bill next because I'm going to take my admonishment, and I'm going to the lady at the back there.
Sorry, Bill.
on the left. I'll come back to you, Bill.
Thanks for that. Sasha Davis, I work for NIRO, the Nuclear Innovation Research Office, and a voluntary role of chair of the Wales Nuclear Forum. So it's been really fascinating, both last night, hearing the speeches, and also in particular Tim Stone, and today's conference. And actually we've got a lot of similarities from a Wales basis and some of the great work that you're doing here in Cumbria. I'd like to move back to the skills point, and the old basics of supply and demand of people, really. Bearing in mind that we're going to need approximately 80,000 people in the industry to deliver the 24 gigawatts by 2050. What else does the panel think we should be doing at the UK level and regionally via the various networks and delivery programs? What else should we be doing to make the nuclear sector the industry of choice for our young people?
Should I go to my right first?
Yes. So I don't know if it is an industry of choice, of the customer of choice, because of course as a Sellafield I will, let's say in a selfish way, we want to be the customer of choice. And also considering that we are responsible and caring neighbor, we want to create the destination Sellafield, because we want to ensure that people will come, live, invest in this area. So what we are doing in order considering the competition in the industry, we take some actions supply chain wise in order to ensure that we will improve the supply chain experience. We discussed before, and I will share more if you wish, but at the same time, we discussed before about the importance of attracting new talents and retain these talents. But for all these people to join us, we need to show them that we care, that we are responsible, that we give them the opportunities for career development, that they can see their lives progressing, that they can see their lives within Cumbria. So this is what we are doing. We support, as we mentioned before, equality, inclusion, and diversity, and we want to ensure that all of this is visible to the next generation or to whoever wants to join Sellafield. We're going to be more competitive in all areas, but of course we appreciate that we're not a private sector, so we want and we need to find these ways that we will be more attractive, and we're working towards this direction.
So I think in Cumbria we've got a really good story to tell on apprenticeships and degree apprenticeships and the things that keep people here, because we know that when talent moves away to university, we have a problem that Cumbria isn't necessarily at times the most exciting place to be for a young person. I remember once when I was young. So I think we have got a lot of work to do there. We've got to recognise that our population isn't just staying static as it was. It is actually, census data tells us our population is declining. So we've got a real piece of work to do around that, around attracting people. But I think sometimes we in the nuclear industry in particular, we've always been averse to shouting about our own, the benefits of working in nuclear, the benefits of nuclear. I think we've started to change that in recent years, but we don't shout about our industry, your industry now, enough. And I think there's a lot more we can do. People like me, particularly, and Virginia and Liz Saville-Roberts, for example, in Wales, who are doing a lot in the nuclear space. There's a lot more that we can do. And we need to, you know, again, looking at Darren, we've got to look at our offer across Cumberland, across Cumbria, for younger people, for families. If we're attracting talent, what does that mean? What other jobs do we need for spouses and partners of people who might move here? What opportunities do we need in education for children of people who might move here and move into the industry? So I think, you know, there's a lot of work. I think we all recognise it, but there's still a long way to go. Diane, have you anything to?
Yeah, it's a really interesting one, isn't it? Do we sell the industry, or do we sell an area, or do we sell a type of job? And just, I'm asking you as an audience, if you think about your career choices and the things you've chosen, how have you chosen? Have you chosen, let's do a quick poll. So have you chosen a job because it's been somewhere you wanted to live? If that's true, pop your hand up. Okay. If you've chosen it because it was in a particular industry, pop your hand up. And if you've chosen it because it was a particular kind of job, pop your hand up. So actually, it's about equal, isn't it? So we've almost got to think about 3 ways of attracting people in that case. So we do have a great story as an area. And our last member meeting that we had, we invited Cumbria Tourism to come and talk for exactly that reason of you've got people who are married with families who are looking for jobs for spouses, for children who are coming up to employment. So we've got a great story that we probably haven't told quite well enough. Let's be honest, when lockdown came, everybody wanted to come to Cumbria, didn't they? You know, and lockdown lifted and we were inundated, but they came in for holidays and they went again. So there's a story to tell about how you live and work here. And we can look like somewhere where the only work is in tourism, which are great jobs, but, you know, how do we really collaborate across all our major sectors, agriculture, tourism and nuclear, in order to tell the full story, I think is part of it. We need to do a lot more about the types of jobs, because nuclear still says engineering. You have to be an engineer to work in nuclear. That's still what you see. How do we tell that wider story? You know, I've worked in nuclear since 2015. Haven't got an engineer's bone in my body. Never would have. My brain doesn't work that way. You know, so telling the story of those wider pieces, I think is really important. And I think I think it comes back to collaboration again. How do we collaborate as industries, sectors, as an area, as organisations, to tell the story much better?
Irene, did you want to come back?
Yes, thank you. During the supply chain events, I have shared that we know that Sellafield is a key, let's say, one of the most known citizens in Cumbria, but at the same time, we cannot give responses to all the questions. And for this reason, and as part of our social value program, we introduce a new plan for how we can generate more entrepreneurs, business people. Sorry. So because we should not only focus on how we will have more workforce, more employees, we need to see how we can give these opportunities to new businesses that are businesses that are not necessarily coming from somewhere else, that are people that were grown up in Cumbria, and they are not people that the next generation is not leaving Cumbria because they want to find something more interesting and exciting in other cities. So this new plan, we want to encourage not only the startups, but also the startups that they will have apprentices as well, in order to blend the apprentices with these startups. And we want to combine this. We want to encourage more people to grow their businesses in the area and give jobs to people that are from the area.
Thank you. I know we've sort of moved from how do we encourage people into the sector to how do we encourage people to Cumbria, and Wales will have similar problems, I'm sure, on population. But there's a piece there as well. I don't know if anyone's in the audience from Sizewell C or EDF. I was quite surprised to find out how many of my constituents work on Sizewell C and Hinkley Point C, not just in person but remotely as well. So there's a piece there around how do we make it easier with things like gigabit broadband to get people to move to the area and understand that they can still have reliable access to 8 hours a day of work without facing the challenges that we do currently. Right, Bill, I said I would come to you, so I'm going to come to you next.
Thank you very much. Thank you. And actually, it was definitely Sasha's questions made my question better. So thank you for that and for pushing me in here. I choose to live here, Dana, because of the clean air and the clean water. And previously, before I moved to West Cumbria, I was living in Geneva. And I can tell you that this place compares very well, favourably, for the clean air and clean water of Geneva. So that's definitely something you should think about. The question I've got is about this. I mean, coastal communities, all nuclear plants are in coastal communities, but not all coastal communities have a nuclear plant. But coastal communities, they are different. They have different opportunities. They have different challenges. And the coastal economies are also different as well. And one of the things about coastal communities and coastal economies, because I work in it a little bit for DEFRA as well, as you know, is that there is a fragmented mosaic of agencies involved. Government, national government, local government. There used to be supranational government from the EU, but no longer. And the question I've got for the panel really is about that, because the community faces the problem that Ian described, which is, you know, there are currently lots of construction jobs in coastal communities associated with nuclear. If they're all exported inland, okay, Mark, you're right, we can have broadband, but better if we support heavy engineering works around the coast that already can make these things. Does the panel think that the leadership should come to create the opportunities you were talking about, to create the vision that Paul was talking about? Does the panel think that the leadership should come from a group, as Professor Fife was saying, or do you believe the leadership should come from a powerful actor, such as in Teesside, where Lord Houchin has absolutely transformed that arena? So should it come from a group, or should it come from a powerful actor?
So I'm going to start that one just because I knocked doors in the Hartlepool by-election in 2021, and I would, as much as for everything Ben has achieved, he's done it because he takes people with him. So I was knocking doors as a Conservative, obviously, and I had people saying to me, I'm not a Conservative, but I'll vote for Ben. And that was door after door after door. He took people on the journey. So it wasn't that he just was right place, right time, and an open door to government. He's taken people on that journey. So it is a mixture of the two, I think I would say. That I just wanted to say that before we start. Diane, do you?
Yes. So my understanding of why he was so successful was he went and had a really honest conversation with, although he was a Conservative MP, with Labour in the area, and said, right, what do you want to happen, and had that. So I almost think, from a business point of view, you work with the system you're given. So wherever the system is, let's make it work. And that will be my short answer to that question, sorry.
Really, do you have a view on
No.
powerful actors?
No.
But his genius has been, if it is him, and maybe it's happened elsewhere, is to join together this fragmented mosaic of actors, to get them to work in concert, to conduct them, if you like, to align them. And so it's really Paul's question again is, okay, where does that vision come from? Well, that vision, Paul describes it very well. Who can enable it? Where is the actor going to come from that makes it happen?
Yeah.
Because at the moment you've got 25 government agencies in every coastal community regulating the fisheries, the littoral region, you've got Natural England, you've got planning authorities, you've got the Oil and Gas Authority, you've got dozens of actors, the local authorities, you've got the IFCAs, so many. I could list 25, probably.
Well, you know, and as you know, there's a huge opportunity, I think, in Cumbria for devolution of powers and for our own, whether it's Ben Houchen, whether it's Andy Burnham, for our own version of that here in Cumbria. I was a proponent of local government reform that leads us to the Cumberland Council that took over services on 1st of April, and that to me was the first step in a two-part process that leads to then having that combined authority mayoralty that opens up access to lots and lots of funding, as we know, that opens up that can bring all of those levers together and actually make them do something in concert, as you say. So I'm hopeful that actually we'll see our own like I say, Ben Houchen, Andy Burnham, whatever that looks like, I'm hopeful that we can produce that in Cumbria, and I'm going to urge the council once again to take the opportunity that is in front of them. Have we got any more questions? I'm going to go to, it was Amy, wasn't it, I think, from the front here.
Just quickly building on that though, let's not wait for that position to be created if it's going to be or isn't. Let's take action anyway, I think.
Would agree with that. Sorry, Amy.
So we've talked a little bit about things we can do to get the schemes moving, such as apprenticeship and graduates, and what Sellafield are doing, and making sure it's not a tick box exercise, as you say. How do we hold people accountable so it's not a tick box exercise, so that the communities and the supply chain and the clients all come together to be accountable and to evidence the actions rather than just talking about it and it potentially becoming another thing that people have to just tick a box for?
Can you pick that one up?
We mentioned before that the apprentice schemes, obviously supply chain wise, it's part of our requirements as part of the specification. So this is embedded in the selection and our questions. It is part of the contractual obligations, and it is part of the supplier relationship management and the performance of the suppliers. But at the same time, we have apprentice scheme within Sellafield, so it's not only in the procurements, but it is embedded in our principles. And very interestingly, and I'm going also to the social value element, we have as part of the apprentices scheme that these people need to complete 10 hours of social value. And our thought for this is that we have a great opportunity within 10 hours to influence and inspire people to do more. So on the one hand, yes, it is the apprentices that we have them embedded, but for us it's not absolutely not a tick box exercise. It is embedded, and on top of that, we want to see how we can influence these people, not only for the jobs, but how they can influence other people to do the right thing.
Diane, have you got?
So it's dead easy to measure money, isn't it? It's a great deal harder to measure the difference you make on somebody's life. And the social value and social impact professionals are having lots of conversations about this. So we have ways of doing it that at the moment do feel a little bit tick boxy because they don't tell the story behind it. And those stories are very individual stories, and how do you tell them all? So there's a lot of discussion going on around this, and I know, I mean, mentioning PPP, and not just because my son is the head of social impact on there, but it does mean I at least understand what they're doing. You know, they are driving through on this. It isn't enough to tick the box. You have to be telling the deeper story. You have to be telling us the difference that you're making long term. And when I was on there, I developed the PPP internship, which wasn't about people coming out of university, but was actually about giving people who wouldn't normally get through the job application an opportunity and a development programme for 12 months before they came into an apprenticeship with PPP, if that was what they wanted to do at the end of that 12 months. and actually investing up front in order to make the difference to the story at the end is incredibly important. It's also very personalised. So it isn't the kind of thing that we can ramp up very quickly. If you go for big numbers, you are going to end up with tick box. That is the reality of it, you know. So I think this is a really developing conversation. And actually, I would say to all of you in the room, try and get those deeper stories within your organisation. Talk to people when they say, well, we're taking on 10% apprentices, so it's great. Right, okay, so what happens with those apprentices? What happened to the 10% we took on 2 years ago that have just finished their programme? Tell me about those outcomes. You know, we have a power to be able to challenge, to make sure that it isn't tick box. It shouldn't just be down to a tender process. It has to be down to us as members of society as well.
Because Diane mentioned overall the social value and not only overall social value plans and not only the apprentices. I mentioned before that caring needs to be measurable and specific in order to be meaningful, and that's the reason why in Sellafield, and yes, we're working also with the other family member, we have all these social impact coordinators from our prime contractors, so that they have these contractual obligations, as I mentioned before. And we're working on a rationalization plan in order to ensure that we avoid duplications, we identify efficiencies in order to be more meaningful out there and ensure that we focus on the right social value programs. So we work collaboratively with these 15 prime contractors because we saw that, for example, we had all these visits at schools. It seems that these children did not have any lessons. They always had some suppliers to present. So we are focusing on what matters most. We are directly discussing with the new council leads in order to ensure that we are all aligned. So it is very important, this collaborative, this collectivity, this interconnectivity that I mentioned before, in order to make things more meaningful and have the actual impact.
I mean, for me, for the promises that I make, I think there's a really easy way of holding me accountable every 5 years, obviously. But it's something I think about quite. I see government press releases, X 100 million here, it'll help X million families. The council will do something that'll help X thousand families. We're spending X million pound of social value in the from this new company or this new project. But I spend a lot of time thinking about how do we measure the impact on that one family. And I spend time talking to the DWP and the local job centre on that. And it is really, really difficult to measure, as Diane said, to measure tangible outcomes. It's a conversation we continue to have as policymakers. I'm sure it's a conversation that everyone who invests in corporate social responsibility locally is having all the time. But it is a conversation that we're going to have to continue to have, I think, as well. Lady here, Hannah, please.
Thank you, Hassan. Claire Gallery-Strong, Director of Strategy and Waste for Nuclear Waste Services. Two things. Firstly, delighted to see a more diverse panel this morning, and perhaps that's something you might like to comment on. But the curious question I want to ask is also about the economic development. So with economic development, there's also the regional infrastructure development that we will need to have here in Cumbria. So I am just curious if you could share some plans about your thoughts about things like our railroad, our hospitals, our schools for our children, and all of the other infrastructure that goes with it, and your thoughts about the plans of how we combine that with the other aspects of people development.
So I'll pick that one up first, maybe. And I think if we think back to Moorside and the plans for Moorside, and there was a lot of work done to plan for what we would need to accommodate workforce and movements of goods and people. And I think it's fair to say that the councils, the Cumberland Council and its predecessors, the LEP, have all picked up elements of that and pushed and taken them forward anyway, regardless of MUA's side, although obviously we want to see big changes out there. On the rail, there's a package waiting to be approved. I'm sure it'll get some pressure from the LEPs shortly again on when the Minister's going to approve a package of upgrades, hopefully, to the Cumbrian Coast Railway line. We see significant investment in our hospitals. We've got schools on the National Schools Rebuilding Programme, and we have a problem coming in schools, whether when I talked about declining population, we have a problem with declining school population. It's going to have some significant impacts on schools' viability, on school place. So we need to do something quite urgently to fix that as our population declines. I realise it's quite a sort of stock government corporate answer, so I'm going to hand over to Diane first on that one.
So I'm perhaps going to go slightly off-piste on the schools. As an affluent country, we absolutely should have decent buildings for our schools. Absolutely. But I think the deeper problem with our schools is around more of the education system. If you look at a school in a less developed country that does not have a fantastic building, you will often see the children really enthusiastic about their education, that we don't always see in our education system. So for me, more important than the buildings is that enthusiasm and that excitement about learning. So I mean, that's a personal point of view, but it's just, I'd love to see our kids really keen to get up and go to school. I'd actually love to see them have almost an Amazon type education where you pick up on what they are really interested in, and you know, for each person that goes into education, they get a personalised education that really excites them and makes them think about the future career that they want. So I've gone a little bit off the buildings there, haven't I? Would it be nice to have a better road to Carlisle? Yeah, I live in Whitehaven, of course it would. But I can't really make any great comments about that because I'm not involved in the decisions around them. And I think the Minister reflected on the Avanti experience this morning that we all understand. So I don't think I've really answered your question, if I'm honest, Claire. But going back to your first piece as well, I did forget to say at the start, so we're hoping to take a photograph of everybody to show that while the panel this morning wasn't very diverse, that actually the diversity in the room, in the audience, has got much better. So if we could ask everybody when it comes to the lunchtime, and I know this is a big ask, I know lunch will be waiting for you, but could you take a minute and come to the stage? The other group will join us and we'll get a photograph to show that while we have got somewhere to go on diversity, we have made some big strides because, you know, coming into this room, there's a lot more colour and a lot more women in the room than there was 20 years ago. So
I'm just going to hand over to Irene, conscious that lunchtime has arrived. So
as a quick comment, because obviously this is something predominantly for your area, Mark. But as Sellafield, of course, and being committed in supporting the local community, of course, we are aligned with the priorities of the area, and we are predominantly focused on the impact. So we want to see and to ensure that we contribute to provide health. We're going to contribute to provide education. We're going to contribute not to a building, but to a shelter to reduce if there are homeless people or if people that they require some meals. So this is the impact that we want to see. And we will support in every way possible, directly and indirectly, because there are some priorities that we have through direct investment, but we are building a new way in order to ensure that we are more descriptive of our requirements, the social value requirements from our supply chain, because we all discussed during this morning, I consistently listen all the speakers saying that about caring, about collaboration. So if we all care and if we collaborate, we stop pushing back then in the tenders if when we ask social value plans, if this is proportionate or how much social value or if it is sufficient or not. So we cannot push back or doing the right thing and supporting the local communities. This is not a nice to have, this is a must have, and we all need to support each other to this. Thank you.
The only thing I would add very briefly is when we pick up some of those plans for new nuclear development in West Cumbria, and we pick up some of those plans potentially from the Moorside project, we've got to remember there's a huge infrastructure project potentially coming down the track in GDF as well, that we're sort of involved in the siting process, and that will open up some of those discussions again around big major infrastructure. I know the decision on the coal mine hinged a lot on successful outcome for the Cumbria. Did I just say coal mine there? The GDF. But I know the rail plan hinged significantly on its use with the opening of the Cumbria coal mine as well. So there's other things going on that we need, because all you know, it is purely a numbers game for roads and rail. It is about numbers of passengers, tons of freight, and how we need to work at how we can grow those to ensure that we get the investment that we need. So I'm just going to give each of the panelists sort of 30 seconds to wrap up if you have anything to add to the panel, because I'm conscious it's now 1 o'clock.
I can see the other group sitting outside that
right?
door.
Anybody have anything to add to anything they've said today?
From my side, thank you very much. I honestly, it was honestly a privilege being among all these nuclear experts, and thank you for the work, the warm welcoming. But as I mentioned before, for us in Sellafield, it's not only about the economic, but the sustainable development. And we're working towards to supporting the local communities, the SME communities, and very, very closely, collaboratively with our main partners to ensure that we will have this vision that Paul mentioned before, and will contribute to this vision from our side.
Super. Thank you, Dan.
So a really quick one from me. I think we've had some messages this morning. Collaborate wherever you can. Challenge when you need to. But above all, let's go out there and take action and stop talking all the time. That's me.
Thank you. Well, look, thank you all. I think West Cumbria is underappreciated for the work it's done in nuclear and the work it continues to do in decommissioning and will do in new nuclear. I think we owe a huge debt. The UK owes a huge debt to West Cumbrian communities and those in places like Wales for the contributions they've made and continue to make to the sector. And for my part, I'll continue to work with industry leaders and local political leaders to ensure momentum for new nuclear across the country, and particularly in West Cumbria, is maintained, and to ensure that we continue to be seen as a great place to invest in new nuclear. So I'm sorry I couldn't get to everyone's questions. That is the problem with having a politician on the panel. We like the sound of our own voice. But do go and enjoy the rest of the day. Thank you very much.
Don't go, come to the stage.
Oh, sorry. Diane wants a photograph.
I've been tasked, somebody challenged me to it. I like it. Present me with a
day, which is a panel discussion, the future of nuclear. I'm delighted to welcome our three panellists, Paul Foster, Solway Community Power Company, Paul Howarth, NNL, and Martin Cheetham, EDF. I will ask each of you just to say a little bit about yourselves as well, just for the audience. I know most people will know you all well, but nevertheless, just for completeness. Then I'll ask a couple of questions, and it's open to the floor, and give them as hard a time as you like. We've tried to give the Minister a little bit of a hard time this morning, and there's no reason why we shouldn't continue with that. Can I start with Paul?
Okay, so thanks very much, John, and just say delighted to be here, so well done for organising this conference. So my name is Paul Howarth. I'm Chief Executive of the National Nuclear Laboratory. I've been at NNL now for over a decade, but I trace my origins back through BNFL and trying to make the case for nuclear for the past couple of decades. So it's been a long, steady journey.
Hi, Paul Foster. Started in the steel industry, 20-odd years at Sellafield and a bit of time at Devonport. And we've effectively created a company to make nuclear happen in the region for the benefit of the region. So that's why we made Solway. Matt.
Hi, Martin Cheetham. I'm Station Director of Heysham 1 for EDF. So Heysham 1 is a 1.1 gigawatt advanced gas-cooled reactor down on the northwest coast there. So I've been there about 2.5 years. Before that, I was head of thermal generation for EDF Energy in the UK.
Thank you all. If I just kick off, NuGen sadly ended in failure. Horizon ended without going ahead. Hinkley Point has been over budget. This discussion is about the future of nuclear. Do we really have a future? Paul?
Is it this one?
Sorry, yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think it's just a case of just doing the sums, just doing the maths. And from what we heard from Tim Stone last night, the size of the challenge is absolutely enormous. And as we said, like some of the statistics given, 18% at the moment is electricity generation. The rest is fossil fuels used for transport, heat, light and power. I was fortunate enough to work with government over the years to help develop the case for new nuclear. And when you look at the size of the challenge, roughly, and these are rough numbers, but to give you a feeling, our grid size at the moment needs to increase by a factor of 4 if we go through electrification with electric vehicles and things like that. So at the moment, if we have an 80 gigawatt grid, that's going to go up to roughly like a 300 gigawatt grid. And how do you solve that? Then the way of getting to net zero, you need a third nuclear, a third renewables, and a third of still fossil fuels with sequestration. So if you think about the size of that, that's 100 gigawatts of nuclear, 100 gigawatts of renewables on load all the time, 24/7, and 100 gigawatts of fossil fuel with sequestration. Sequestration hasn't yet been proven, and that's a hell of a challenge for the size of renewables. And you're talking 100 gigawatts of nuclear. So you absolutely need nuclear. You need every tool in the toolbox for this. The challenge is huge.
To answer it specifically, we haven't got a future in nuclear if we keep doing what we're doing. And we have got a future in nuclear if we change what we're doing. We've got to acknowledge where we're starting from. And if the government continues to obsess over how things are done rather than why things are done, we're going to have a problem. And so that's one of the reasons why what you need for new nuclear, you need a community. You need a community mandate to make it happen. That's why this matters here. You equally need to match off risk, because people will invest if they understand the risk. So one of the things about small modular reactors is it helps you bound the risk. You avoid it being a mega project, so therefore by modularizing you can bound the risk. That way you can make an investment. If, however, we keep obsessing with how this should be done, then you can't get to the why and the what. You start with the why and the what, and then you figure out the how with what you have. So we have got a future if we're prepared to change how we view it. If we go back to a centralist, controlled, how it's done approach to things, I think we're doomed to failure, because if we can bring it on the bars, it won't be quick enough. Martin?
Yeah, I think we've definitely got a future. I think at the minute it's a limited future. And Great British Nuclear will define the future for us, and we're waiting with anticipation to find out what that's going to be. Hinkley Point C has faced technical challenges as any mega project does, but it's also faced unprecedented time with COVID. So actually being on track to bring that online in 2027 is a tremendous achievement. We look to follow that with Sizewell C, and that shows we can build at gigawatt scale. The real question mark is, can we retain the skills in the industry? Have people got enough confidence to be retained in this industry? So HPC, we're building HPC. The skills will move to Sizewell C. There's 5,000 people at HPC. Sizewell C lays the platform for EPR, or large gigawatt scale developments around the country. My site at Heysham, it's just been life extended, so it's been life extended to March 2026, which is brilliant. After that, we go into a period of defueling, which will take about 4 years. But the harsh reality is every advanced gas reactor we've got in the country will come off in this decade, and there's nothing to replace it at the minute. And we're looking for that direction from Great British Nuclear to decide on the technology that's put on sites, and also to incentivise and enthuse the young people who are currently in the industry to stay within the industry. And to me, that's the burning platform we've got, the retention between the gap of the old sites coming off and the new sites being built.
Thank you. Going to open up to the floor. If anybody would like to indicate, would like to ask a question, please do tell me when. Paul Foster, you've mentioned community. What's in it for the community?
Why do it if there isn't something in it for the community? I mean, that's the first question. Why does any community want a nuclear power station? Really? If you could choose to have one or not, how many of us would really say, do you know, I really, really want one? But why? What benefits do you get from having them? You get the benefits from building it, from operating it, from decommissioning it, from servicing it. But equally, it was mentioned this morning, the reason why we're interested in bringing new reactors to bear isn't because we're interested in building reactors. We're interested in the transformational benefits that it'll give to a community. You get a surplus of power in a region, you attract inward investment. You can deal with microgrids, you can use the warm water offtakes, you can create opportunity in a region that you couldn't otherwise do it. And to do it using entirely private money without the need for treasury input to that is a bit of a game changer. So you can hit all government ideas, but it's really about saying to the community, not do you want a nuclear power station, is would you like to create several thousand well-paid jobs, help address inequality, decarbonise, but also, as we discussed this morning in Mark's panel, lean into improving education systems, healthcare systems, transport systems, things that matter to people on a day-to-day basis that won't work on the reactor, but will feel the benefit of having it in the region. That's why, for us, we start with which communities want this. We've announced Solway, and in a couple of months' time, we'll announce a second community that want to do this as well, to say, we'd like to host one, thank you. And then our job is to, how do we make that happen? And so we start from that way around, which is why GBN's important, and it's a great thing. But our job is to offer a market, community-led view of this, to bring it to bear on behalf of resident communities, rather than simply have a supply-side view of how do you put a gigawatt of power on the bars. That's great, and GBN's going to take an overview of that, and there's a need for gigawatt stations. But for me, which community wants the opportunity to really have a kickstart to their economy? And like we said in Mark's session this morning, are you ready for what you want from that? Do you know what you want to achieve from that economic kickstart?
I think if I could add to that, I think the key thing with regards to communities, and Martin's alluded to it in his comments, that we are at a bit of an inflection point with regards to the role of communities and nuclear, because we mustn't underestimate the benefit of having a willing community around a nuclear licence site. So we have in the country some very valuable assets of those nuclear licence sites, which can be used in the future for, additional new nuclear build. But of course, what goes round them is a community that understands the industry, that has worked in the industry, that is willing to, accept everything that Paul says for that community going forward. If we have a gap with some of these stations coming offline that Martin's referred to. That's really dangerous because you'll lose that winning community. The jobs that community then relies on, well, first of all, it's dangerous in terms of the community as a whole because it could actually splinter it could move away, but the jobs will move elsewhere. So then if the government wishes to reinvigorate a nuclear build programme and they've lost that supportive community, that's going to be very hard because effectively you've lost your nuclear licence site then.
Paul, just on that point, I'll come to you in a minute, Mark.
Yeah.
Just, I know we're looking to the future, but do you think West Cumbria, has got enough out of the nuclear that's already been here?
Has it got enough out of...
Yeah, have we benefited enough? Has there been enough benefit generated by having nuclear in West Cumbria?
I think a lot more could have been received. I think community could have benefited a lot more from what's been done here. If we look at how valuable the work at Sellafield has been, the generation, the reprocessing plants, all of that GVA effectively, I think Cumbria is in a good place. I think it could be a lot better, but I think it can make a very strong case to government to help to solve the challenge. And when I used to head up the Centre of Nuclear Excellence activities, it was to change the dialogue round from one being where Cumbria felt that it was owed something by government for having everything here in nuclear to actually it's part of the solution and that it should create a case to government, say we can help government. I think actually Cumbria could be a model example of a net zero economy, of the balance between renewable technologies and nuclear technologies in a rural location, but where there's high-tech industry as well. It almost becomes a bit of a microcosm of a perfect example as to what net zero could look like going forward.
Short answer as a resident, no, we haven't got the benefit from it. We've got the macro benefit, the GVA, the macro, and the haves have done very well out of it. But we've got a large number of deprived communities in the area, and we've got too much inequality, and there's too much as well in the region of a Sellafield or bust mentality. You know, Sellafield's well paid, can be seen as secure jobs, so it attracts people who want that security, and you can't blame them for that. And that means it's more difficult to attract people into other sectors around the area as well. So it casts too big a shadow, and it creates the inequalities to be more stark. And one of the things we've got to address with any benefit going forward is how we address those inequalities and have a more balanced economy to provide more choice. And to say to Diane, it's like Diane's right, it's not all about engineering. Engineering is really important, STEM is important, but there's more to it than that. And equally, candidly, I almost want, it's difficult for these two guys here because a lot of what they do is core nuclear generally. But a brand new SMR is about 5% nuclear, 45% industry and 50% stuff. And it's a clean energy project to create transformation. And we've got to brand it like that. Because, again, we've had a diversity chat about here, about what we've got. What we create going forward is going to be diverse at the beginning. We're going to re-engineer around that, and part of that is distancing ourselves from the norms of the nuclear past as to what sort of jobs they are. And to say, these are the attributes of the people we need for new projects. Let's recruit, train, retain, encourage on that basis. So I think we've got a massive opportunity to address that. But I think Paul's right in a macro sense, there's been huge benefits. When you split that out, though, into region by region, there's boroughs and wards of this area that suffered as a result of it, because it's become polarised.
Yeah, and I think just to add some of the benefits. So, if you look at this region as a whole, right up to Cumbria, an SMR at Solway, an SMR at Heysham, wherever, we're not in competition, it's an industry, we're trying to reignite an industry here, aren't we? And if you look at the benefits of the region in the whole, reaching down into Chester, Urenco, we've got Springfield Fuels, we've got the Heysham generating sites, we've got the future SMRs, we've got Sellafield, we've got the end-to-end supply chain here. Just from an experience point of view at Heysham, COVID hit us really hard, and it hit us really hard from an operational point of view, but also from a community engagement point of view. And we've just reopened the visitor centre this year at Heysham. We've had 2,000 people visit the site, 2,000 people who we've not actively chased, and they want to come and find out about nuclear and the future of nuclear. The outreach activities, we've reached 6,000 people at the outreach activities, and that's the sort of benefit we're getting into the community. We've got links with local charities. We actively support local charities, and in the future, people will actively migrate to low carbon areas, and that's the big plus for nuclear. It's low carbon technology. People are migrating to low carbon areas. We're seeing it already. And it's actually a catalyst for other things in the community. Eden Project in Morecambe is a good example locally.
One of the things that sorry, John, just to add to that, one of the things that I've seen done while I work for Battelle, the US corporation, that they effectively run the equivalent to NNL, the US National Labs. Those US National Labs originally came from the Manhattan program, and the intention then was, of course, to geographically isolate them for very obvious reasons. But what Battelle have done is to help to reinvent the whole socio-economic agenda around those sites now, because of course the original mission moved away, and now they are still involved in nuclear, but they're involved in lots of other things as well. But what you've got is a vibrant centre, and Paul's right, it's not all nuclear tech. There's a large proportion of nuclear tech. That's what we specialise in. And what they've done really well in the US is to utilise those effectively public sector entities to help stimulate the economy, and to look at how they can diversify their technology base. Because you bring in the earlier panel session, there was a question about who's moved to the region for the job or whatever. Well, of course, we have, as well as a number of other organisations, a lot of very highly trained, dedicated nuclear specialists that move here for the work. So you're bringing to the area an awful lot of high value-added jobs. But there's the potential, if through government and the community you get it right, you can then begin to move those into other sectors. You can diversify that, so you can start to create a really vibrant economy based around a tech capability, and that's what the US has done extremely well around Pacific Northwest National Lab in Washington State. I would love to see that sort of thing happen here in Cumbria. We've tried it, we started to have a go, but there's a real opportunity. You think how vibrant this area could be based on those high-tech skills. You think you could bring in computing capability. We're looking at some of the stuff we're doing is potentially the batteries for the next NASA mission, for the ExoMars mission. You could start to think, well, you could have a space industry here, you could have computing capability here, and what it could do. So to Paul's point, that's the sort of thing that you'd want to see that would just raise the tide, raise the boats in the tide for everybody in the community.
Anybody from the floor like to ask a question? Lady.
Thank you. Claire Gallery-Strong, Director of Strategy and Waste for Nuclear Waste Services. And no, Paul, don't worry, I'm not going to ask that question. No, the question I was going to ask, it was great to hear you start to touch on the decommissioning and the other aspects of the future of nuclear. I would like to hear some views from the panel about exactly more on the thread you were pulling on, Martin, which is that whole thread of the region around the defence sector, around the other nuclear capabilities from decommissioning, from the potential of a disposal facility, construction, etc., and how that all plays into your thinking on the future of nuclear and building, of which this power is one part of.
Yeah, so I'll probably start with a narrow view and then hand over to these two gentlemen. My narrow view is the generating sites, and we've got a end of generation date of 2026 currently for Heysham 1. Beyond that, it takes us around about 4 years to defuel the reactors. So we take all the nuclear fuel out of the reactors, we ship that up to Sellafield. Then after that, we start decommissioning the site, and that takes us about another 5 or 6 years. So within 10 years of the end of generation will be putting the site in safe store. The site will still need stewardship, so the site will still need looking after and ultimately there'll be a site there for 100 years until we can start to deconstruct the reactor building. We will deconstruct areas of the site in that period, but for us, that's one of the concerns we've got is that's quite a narrow window when you think about it. So we've got another 3 or 4 years, 26 plus or minus 1. We've got another 3 or 4 years in operation. We've got then 10 years beyond that, and suddenly we're losing the skills. And to me, that's the burning platform we've got. We've got that window of opportunity to build new SMRs in this region where these skilled people can go. Otherwise, they'll migrate, and that's what we don't want. So from an operator point of view, that's how I see the future for an operating company.
Okay. Yeah.
Go on, mate.
So I guess from my perspective, the North West Nuclear Arc, to build on what Martin has said, everything that we have in the region in the North West is everything you need for a future nuclear programme. Soup to nuts, everything is here. You know, we can do everything in nuclear, which is a major selling point and value proposition going forward. So a bit like what Saudi Arabia is to oil, this region can be to nuclear going forward. So the size of the nuclear programme is, as I mentioned at the start, it's going to be huge. And what we have here, as well as the capability, the nuclear licensed sites are incredible. They will be incredibly valuable. The supportive communities that want those plants will be incredibly valuable. The supply chain companies that are also needed will then move into an export position for overseas. We'll make the fuel here, we can export the fuel as well. We can do the whole lot. So if we get this right, and this is, I think, we effectively, I was saying it to colleagues at lunchtime, with what happened in Ukraine, it effectively put the UK, we are effectively at war. We're an energy war at present. We should put this onto a war footing. We should recognise that capability in terms of net zero. We're tinkering around the edges at present. If we get it right, the benefit to the Northwest is immense.
Okay, I'm going to say something maybe a little bit paradoxical in this. And it picks again on a question that was posed on the panel this morning. This essentially, if we've got the view, the area, the region, whatever it is, as a programme, we've got a lot of stimulus going forward in this region over a period of time, some of which is confirmed, some of which is maybe. And then somebody's going to be stood back from this going, how do we satisfy that? What's our options? Almost like viewing Cumberland, Cumbria, the Northwest, whatever it is, as a business, and say, what business are we in? Does it stack up? What's the order book going forward? How do we satisfy that order book? What's the programme? And that's one of the reasons why, for me, SMRs are a better option for West Cumbria than gigawatts, because demographically, we've got a shrinking demographic, and we haven't got a resident community to be able to build it. SMRs, though, is more manageable, and we can use the skills and supply chain advantages from the other activities we've got there. So for me, we have to have an identity in whatever way we call regionally or sectorally, which says, what is the programme that pulls this together? But equally, we've got to start, because none of this works unless a demand signal. At the minute, we're creating strategies and plans about skills gaps where you've got some demand, but a lot of the demand isn't really stimulated. And until, it was like Eldon Garnett said this morning, if National Grid invest, the demand to be electricians rockets. If we create a demand signal for new nuclear or nuclear development, I think that skills gap will close, and we need the educational establishments to be there going, we've got to identify ourselves as a region. What skills do we want to provide? High value added industrial skills, because nuclear can be applied to oil and gas, space, pharmaceutical, bioscience, carbon capture, you name it. It's easily transferable. That's why we can drop a lot of the nuclear. We have to make sure we get the criticality assessors and the deep scientists that take a lot of years So what we've got to do really is that we need a body or a group that can pull a programme together that allows then activities to be dovetailed in, and we can spot any gaps, any problems, any issues as we go. You've just developed a really clear, coherent strategy going forward, which turns into a plan. Sellafield has one, NNL has one. We can dovetail into that, but who sits above it all and says, does this all hang together? Now we're being a bit skewed, and what kind of gaps have we got? And that's what we need to have. And then we need bodies to say, right, educationally, this is our ambitions and this is our strategy. These are the things that we need to do. And whatever it is, as Mark said, is it a mayor, is it a central authority, whatever it is, it can't purely be business, it can't purely be political or third sector, but it's got to be all three. And it's got to be somebody that is trusted and the community have a voice to be able to talk to it and it to be represented. So for me, I think there's a way through it if we can pull together our programmes into a coherent place, see what's required and see what else needs to be done, and allow us to be agile.
Any other questions?
Does any of you believe net zero can be accomplished by 2030? And if not, what should we be doing now to ensure that we can keep the lights on until we can?
Okay, so by 2030, no. 2050. 2050, no. Yeah, yeah. We're getting there. This is a long-term game. Unfortunately, we do need to move really. We've got to move really quickly on it. We've got to accelerate what we're doing. We have to recognise that you're going to need, as I said at the start, you need every tool in the toolbox for this. You need all the renewal options, the energy efficiency options. You need nuclear as well. But I think that what we have seen is we're trying to get collectively a nascent nuclear build programme up and running. And we need to move that quicker. If we look at the case for SMRs, at NNL, we wrote the report in 2014, which said we needed a case for SMRs, and then, Rolls picked that up as far as their design is. That's 2014. The Energy White Paper in 2020 identified the need for advanced nuclear systems as well, including gigawatt plant build and SMRs to move into advanced systems with demonstrators by early 2030. It's taking a long time to get there. We need to move much quicker. Now I'm hoping that through GBN is a means to do that, but we must ensure that we don't hold up the private sector. If the private sector wishes to come in and move rapidly, then we've got to enable that, not get in the way of the private sector. And initiatives that Paul has done a fantastic job in leading and building that momentum, then government needs to work with them and help them as best as possible. If we hinder and we slow down, because the ultimate goal here is private sector investment in nuclear. That's where we've got to get to. The private sector is comfortable in making that investment and it can accept the risk. If we stall on that, or if we don't give that signal, the size of this market for delivering net zero is so great in other countries, they'll move elsewhere. And that will put the UK at the back of the queue in terms of skills, capability, resources, access to infrastructure that's needed. So this is a global race at the moment, and every time we send a signal of a delay, I think it's notching the UK down that pecking order of the attractiveness for the skills, the capability, the investment and the resources to come here.
Yeah, and I think to add to that, if you look at decarbonisation of the power sector, the roadmap's quite clear. So it's a mix of nuclear technologies, gigawatt scale SMRs, renewables and peaking plant. And the technology's not there on peaking plant to move away from gas at the minute, but the technology will come where we can either capture the carbon or we can use hydrogen. So to me, the roadmap for the power sector is clear. We've just got to get on and do it. And that's the Solway scheme, the other schemes that we spoke about. And we look to Great British Nuclear to really be the impetus to to kickstart that. I think the difficulty with net zero is the other sectors. Transport in particular is going to be incredibly difficult to decarbonise. And linking in nuclear to a hydrogen economy, people have been talking about, I can remember going to a lecture in the 90s, Dr. Sue Ion from BNFL talking about nuclear, hydrogen, not using nuclear for electricity on a night, producing hydrogen, hydrogen economy. Ultimately, the technology's got to move on to make that reality, but that's the way to decarbonise transport. We're not there yet. So I think the good thing about what we're seeing in the power generation and the nuclear industry is we've got the technology. We know how to do it. We've got an esteemed history in conventional water technology, gas technology. We've got new technologies, fast lead, salt, molten salt coming through. So we've got the know-how to do it. We just need that impetus to get on and deliver it now. So in my opinion, the roadmap for power is clear. The roadmap for nuclear is clear. It's all about decarbonising the other sectors.
So just a quick one to pile in. People who do know me know I'm an arch pedant. And one of the things that really grips me is when people misuse the word programme. You know, there'll be a lot of programme managers in here, and how many times you hear the word programme, they don't mean programme, they mean project. As in start here, go left to right. And the thing is, 2050, net zero 2050, if you genuinely view it as a programme, it's got to be what needs to be true for that to happen. Not, let's start from here and do things. What needs to be true to make it happen? And this is why the challenge to GBN is, if you want 24 gigawatts by 2050, what do you need to do to make that happen? And that's one of the reasons why we created the company. Start now. You have to start now. And what's the quickest way to start? Then learn, keep learning, start now. Whilst they're doing all the right things. So I'm not critiquing that. What I'm saying is you've got to bring both sides to it. And the same thing applies there. We've got to have a programme that gets us to net zero by 2050 that covers all these aspects and said what needs to be true for that to happen. Whereas at the moment, it's be a bit less shit than we were yesterday. And that's good, but it doesn't mean that you're going to get to where you need to get to. It's really good not being a public servant. Right? all sorts of stuff, John.
But actually, following on that theme then, how do we narrow the timescales? How do we speed things up? How do we make things, as you suggest, Paul, actually happen?
Well, it comes back to, again, it's like everything in life. You know, you start off with why you're doing things, then it's what you do, and then you figure out how you do it. And too often, because we've got a very centralised government-led economy, and that's not a political comment, that's the nature of the UK political system, because we're very centralised, we obsess over the how. You know, and we obsess over the how we're going to do it, rather than what we talk about the French making moves, the Poles making moves. Tim mentioned them, we just say, we need to make this happen. What do we need to do to make it happen, rather than, well, this is what we start with. It's like walking into the kitchen and wanting a meal that you haven't got with the food you've got in the kitchen. We're wanting, you know, it's like a shit version of Ready, Steady, Cook. You know, I'm wanting a 5-course meal, but I've got a bag full of carrots and turnips. No, and that's why we've started with, we're doing this as a why, because this community wants the economic advantage of being first mover. And that's why we've picked the Rolls-Royce tech for this one. Doesn't mean we'll use that for further ones, but use it for this one, because it's the soonest. And it's a contracting model that our investors can invest in. Right. And equally, what can the supply chain do? Great, they can do all of this. Rolls-Royce is the tech authority, the EPC authority. So all that we need to do is gain the license, do the consenting, get the funding. And you go, right, well, we'll do that bit that's missing. And then in 9 months, we've raised the £6 billion to put the first 2 reactors down without costing the taxpayer money. And that went against conventional ideology. But if you start off with the why we're doing it, the how will be what you need it to be. And so, again, Bobby, that's not critiquing GBN. This is assisting GBN's strategy of getting to 24 gigawatts.
So playing devil's advocate, what's the point of GBN?
Pardon?
Playing devil's advocate, what's the point of GBN?
Because it comes back to the point at which whatever nuclear ambition we've got to get to 24 gigawatts, if it's 24 or that increases to 48 or to 100, GBN should own the programme to make sure we get there. What needs to be true to get us to that number? And that's exactly the role of GBN, to be the programme managers for that programme, and then harness EDF, harness the technique, harness market forces and go, great, this is working, this is what we're going to get there, or this isn't working, what policy do we need to change? And they can take the overview of skills, land use, all sorts of other things, and have the cross-cutting enablers for that. So yeah, I think GBN's absolutely the right thing as a programme manager, and then to provide the bits that need to be joined up.
Yeah, you do need something along the lines to provide the interface between government and industry. This is national infrastructure, so there's no way that you can just leave it fully to the private sector, and nor is it just government based. But what both parties need each other, but they need clarity of who's asking what from the other party and vice versa. And this is where industry needs a really, so Paul's initiative, for example, needs a really clear understanding from government over what actually it needs. And of course, that impacts on a number of different government departments. It'll be, you know, it's the regulator, it's Treasury, it's DESNES, it's DEFRA, etc. So we don't want private sector running around all of the different government departments. So GBN provides a single point. But also, if GBN is potentially then investing or providing the sites or enabling industry, I should say, enabling industry to do it, there's an accountability there too. So something like GBN is definitely needed in that sense.
I think the other thing with GBN to add to that is controlling the designs that get consent, and there's a huge playing field of designs out there for SMRs. It's actually what the Minister was talking about this morning. It's downsizing the playing field to get some credible designs on the table, credible proven technology, new feasible technology. But you know, let's not consider 30 different designs and swamp the regulator, because that's no good. It just slows things down even further. So GBN is a critical funnel to get us into a position where we've got feasible technology to deploy on the designated site.
And Mark, did you think GBN then should also prioritise existing sites, or should they be looking for fresh new sites?
Well, GBN has identified the 8 sites from last year, and there is a 9th that's popped onto there in Charles Finnith. But I think we've just got to concentrate on what are viable schemes. What are viable schemes where there's community support, and build on the skill base that we have. So this region has got an incredible skills base. As I said, all of this northwest corridor has got the skills base to put it absolutely first on the map.
Okay. Diane.
Could you name one thing that you'd like to see the Northern Supply Chain either do that they're not doing or do better in order to meet the challenges for net zero and future nuclear?
I'll start. And it's something I've experienced for about 15 years. If ever I meet the supply chain, they all sit there and politely nod and say nice things and everything, and they don't listen. They sit there and they go, yeah, I know what you're going to say, and I know what you want more of what you've had before, and so we'll nod and then we'll give you it. And what I would say is, for us, the whole idea is that the norms as taken from, so everything we've got around the SMRs, so we know how we'll do it soup to nuts, we've got the money, we've got the plan to get to the end, and it's all predicated on extant rules and extant processes and practices. And what we're interested in is from the supply chain to say, well, this is how we do it. All right, that's interesting. So they actually come forward with if we were you, this is how we would build it, permission it, consent it, operate it, and to come forward with ideas as to how to make this happen, such that it doesn't take 10 years to do. It can take less time than that. And more than that, and it's something Craig and a few of us have talked about, there's insufficient resources to go everywhere because we use those resources inefficiently as well. We're massively inefficient because the processes are too long and they're not efficient enough. So it's about how we can then get more value from the resources we apply so we can do it quicker, slicker, absolutely fit for purpose, no shortcuts, just do it better and everything. And equally, the other part is to how do we harness groups currently not harnessed into this sector? Be it demographics, be it supply chain companies. Elton said they weren't a nuclear company 11 years ago, and I think they're one of Sellafield's top 3 suppliers now. And so the thing here is that I want to talk to the supply chain to say, all right, here's a new opportunity. Don't do what you've always done for EDF. Don't do what you've always done for Sellafield. Learn from that. What would you do differently now? And then that's what we really want, is to engage with the why question. And then to also, what other value could you bring with this? So we had somebody come to us and said, if we could have a channel in the reactor, we could replace all the medical isotopes that we currently get from Russia. Oh, that's interesting. How do we do that then? So these are the things whereby we want people to say, how do you deliver the main project quicker? But equally, what things can you bring for the value around the outside of it? What can you do with spare neutrons? What can you do with spare warm water? What can you do with flexing the balance between heat and electricity in this? What would you do differently? And that's what we want. We want people to bring all of their capabilities to the discussion, not the bit where it goes, well, you're the client, tell us what you want. And there you go. So that's my bit.
I think HPC Hinkley Point C. So if you look at what that's brought to this region, 1.2 billion spent with suppliers, 328 suppliers. Is it visible enough? Hopefully we'll get Sizewell C consent at this Parliament. That'll bring a similar spend. And to me, it's about the visibility of what the supply chain's learned from that and promoting what this region does in the nuclear industry a little bit more.
Dan, I think to build on what the others have said, I think it's about coherency and alignment with the initiatives that are taking place. So the supply chain is seen to be part of the solution in helping in terms of the direction of travel and the way forward. That coherency and alignment is also needed, as Paul mentioned, like for the skills and resources. There isn't sufficient, and if it just ends up in turning inward on each other to try to secure the resources, we're going to get nowhere. And I think one of the earlier presenters said, actually, I'm not in a competition, I should be looking at this as a collaboration because there's enough here to go around. So I think if the supply chain can get aligned on itself and get coherent and determine how to do this, so for example, like on the skill base and the resources, make sure they're putting in the right initiatives to build for the long term, not just robbing today's skills from one organisation to another. That's just driving ultimately the cost up, that is going to make everybody fail. You're in an Easter Island scenario there, aren't you?
Penultimate question, gentlemen.
Hi, Bill Roberts from GMET. I had a question about exports. I know we've talked all about the UK's demand for 2,000 terawatt hours per year of energy, of which some is made by power, but there's a lot of heat and transport in there. But the export opportunities seem to me to be an absolute goal for the future of nuclear here. When I was first working out in the Johannesburg, the Kelvin power station in Johannesburg, the turbines there were made by Mather and Platt in Failsworth, and that was the case all over East Africa, Kenya, Uganda. The tools for electricity generation were made in the UK. We have that opportunity again. We can make an export to the world. And what I'd just like to ask the panel is their view on that. And I know that may overheat some parts of the supply chain, but by plugging into the global nuclear environment, we can really get ourselves back into the Premier League, not just of nuclear, but of export of power generation technologies.
Start with you, Martin.
Yeah, it's a great point. I believe that. I mean, we've, from our point of view, Obviously, we've got the EPR bill, then we're looking at what technology comes for SMRs. SMRs provide a great opportunity to do just that. The other thing that's a great opportunity is transferring skills worldwide as well. We can only transfer skills if we've got them. And if we've got a thriving nuclear new build programme, we'll get the skills and we can export around the world. Paul?
Yeah, I guess the export potential, it's a game changer for us in nuclear compared to the gigawatt plant build, because in terms of gigawatt plant build, we aren't an indigenous reactor designer of the large gigawatt plant. We're building, but it's not a UK indigenous design. We can't make all the components here because of their size as well. If you look across at an SMR program, like Alan was talking about earlier for Rolls-Royce, we are a designer, we are a vendor, and we can make all the components here in the UK because of the size associated with them. So SMR, it's a game. SMR and AMR, they're game changers for the UK.
Yeah, and I'm with you, Bill. I mean, 1990, I was in a rail yard in Kampala. And I looked down, and there was a rail from the Workington Iron and Steel Corporation, 1888. And the reason I was there 100 years later is because that first rail was there in 1888, because we were still supporting that 100 years later. So, you know, with your export ambitions, with the other export ambitions, absolutely right. It also helps with geopolitically soft power. It also helps dealing with things like food poverty in places where refrigeration is one of the biggest causes of food poverty in Africa. It allows localized provision of that. So I couldn't agree with you more. I think it will put a bit of a stress into that, but what it does, it improves the attractiveness of the sector, it improves all those things. So absolutely right, wholly agree with you. And what you don't want to do is get almost too utopian about it, because it scares people. You know, we've tried to simplify our proposition to one minister, even though it actually talks to several ministers, and you don't want to then you've got to get the agreement from several ministers to get an approval. But once you actually begin on that, then all these other things here could not agree more. The impact, though, on GNP, not just GDP, could be immense, and I think exports are a big part of that.
Thank you very much. Final question from me. I know you're not politicians, but I'm going to ask you a political question. I'm sure we'll get a politician's answer, probably. Ignore SNP policy, ignore Liberal Democrat policy. Do you have confidence in the Conservative government to make this happen? And do you believe, if there were to be a Labour government, that they would continue with the policy?
Oh, go on, Paul. This is right in my wheelhouse. I think, in all honesty, ideologically, we're more likely to have success with a Conservative government than a Labour government in this space, ideologically. But I do worry that the current concerns going on in a macroeconomic way means that Treasury has become too significant in this and could be a hindrance. So it's a one thing where, but ideologically, I believe we're more likely to be successful about Conservatives, because ultimately I think what we're doing is arch conservatism of market-led forces wanting to be enabled, and I think that could only be more difficult under Labour, to be honest. But I am worried that at the moment the apron strings of Treasury are too tight, and it might be looser under Labour.
Silence from the other two.
Well, Paul is free from the shackles now. I point out as I'm chief executive of the country's national nuclear laboratory, I have to be a little bit careful. I think. So I'm going to give a politician's answer to this one, though. Yeah, I think now we are in the realm of nuclear transcends politics, in that it's now recognised by all parties for the right reason, the main parties for the right reasons. I go back. I've been involved in making the case for new nuclear build now, for 20 years, and we've seen its ups and downs. Whereas now you can see it in the media. It's not questioned. It's accepted. It's recognised, and politicians are comfortable talking about it. So I think it's moved a long way. So I'm confident whatever happens, that it's recognised that it's part of the solution.
Yeah, and just to add to that, I don't think, you know, on the surface you can't see a cigarette paper between the ambition. I think there might be a difference in the how, but ultimately I do see a drive towards new nuclear.
Okay. Well, thank you, Paul and Martin, for your contributions today. I just want to wind up and really big thank you to everyone who has participated today, all the presenters, and the contributions that have been made. Thank you all for attending. For those who came to the dinner last night, I hope you enjoyed that as well. Conferences don't necessarily have outcomes that will be absolutely definite, but I think what this is all about is laying down markers. With the Minister here today, he will see what we are offering, what we're about. He will go away knowing that Cumbria is very much wanting to be part of the solution. And the thing I've learnt in politics is it's about persistence. You've got to keep going, keep articulating your arguments, repeat, repeat, repeat. And that is what I think the industry has to do. And I think we're all recognising there is now an opening in government policy. And I do actually agree. I think it's a cross-party view now that we actually need a nuclear industry for the future, which will transcend parliaments, governments, and different political persuasions. And I think that's a real opportunity for Cumbria. But we still have to keep arguing the case, repeating our arguments, demonstrating why Cumbria, the north of England, is a really good destination location for the nuclear industry. But thank you all for coming along. The next time I have a conference, I would like to think we've got SMRs being constructed and delivery on its way. And that would be a fantastic scenario to end with. But thank you all for attending, and a safe journey home.